You made it. It's a Friday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
57 degrees right now. Going to get up into the high 70s, maybe diddling 80, depending on where you are. And the mornings, it seems, will still be cool over the next couple of days. But the heat is back.
Not bad, though.
I mean, 80s, it's going to feel bad compared to what we were going through.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man. Like,
Yesterday was perfect.
Can't we just be in fall? Because we're going to get fall for like 17 minutes.
Yeah.
And I really miss fall.
You'll get it. It'll be here
soon. I really
soon.
miss fall.
I do miss fall. Like, it felt like...
But to your point, though, this thing that sucks about fall is you're right. Like, you get like 2 weeks of like the perfect fall weather, fall days, and then it's gone.
I don't mean to talk about fall because I know there's still a couple weeks left of summer and people are already dreading the weather changing and all that stuff. I mean, and you got to get all your summer stuff out of the way.
Yeah, that was the big push.
Yes. Like, for example, you got very exciting summer family stuff to do this weekend.
Oh, yeah. Big grandparenting coming up.
So your grandson, so your stepson and his wife are coming into town.
Right.
And you will have your grandson this weekend.
Yeah.
Like, alone. Not you and alone, but you and your wife.
Yeah, that ain't ever happening, man.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm just like, I told you, man, like when the baby comes, my wife takes over and I am basically a bellhop.
Yeah, but that's most grandpas. I don't think that's a step-grandpa thing. So if you listen to the show on a regular basis, you heard us 2 weeks ago talk about Tommy. You made what you thought was a brilliant move.
Yeah, I got him a little toy.
You got him a toy. Very exciting. And I had warned you that your wife was going to get upset, even though this was a cool thing to do, because you were going to outshine her.
Yes.
And I feel like you're already getting the brunt of that before the kid.
Oh, how so? What are you talking about?
Well, you said you've been given some responsibilities.
So you got to prep the house.
Okay.
So yesterday we had to start prepping.
Yeah.
Prepping.
Baby-proofing.
So we have like this coffee table that's got sharp edges on it. And she bought like these rubber things that you attach around it. So it's like a big rubber gasket that goes
like
around
a bumper.
it. Yeah. And we have like 2 tables, I guess. So the first thing I had to do was baby-proof the 2 tables.
Okay.
Put these rubber gaskets around and all that. Then she's also concerned because, baby crawling around.
Sure.
Because it's an older house. Any nails that might have popped up on the floor.
Gotcha.
So the second thing I had to do yesterday was get on my hands and knees and then start running my hands over the floor looking for raised nails, and then I had to pound them back down.
Okay.
All right. So I'm like a minesweeper going around the floor. It's not a big house, but it's big enough where this sucks.
You have a lot of places to miss.
Yeah, so you got to I'm like, I can't believe I'm doing this, man.
So you were doing baby dress rehearsal.
Yes.
Right? You are the understudy. Tonight, playing the role of the baby, Tommy Muley.
So I had to make sure, like, what was in the shelves where he could get into.
Okay.
Oh, that has to be moved into boxes and down into the basement, but not,
Well, the good news is, I mean, you're small enough where you could just walk around and see what he could get into. You know what I mean?
Same stuff I get into.
Yeah, exactly. I'm surprised you haven't cut your head open on the corner of that coffee table yet.
I've gashed my leg a few times.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have.
So why didn't you put the bumpers on then?
I'm not doing that.
Why would you keep cutting your leg
It's
open?
not constantly. It's probably like once a month. I catch the corner.
Once a month?
That's
a pretty high
constant.
number. Yeah.
12 table injuries a year is enough to do something about that table.
Well, now you got a bumper around it, so it'll save you.
Are you going to keep the bumper after the baby leaves?
No, we take them off.
Okay.
Oh.
They don't really stay on that well. Here's the thing. Like some of the stuff we put on, he'll come over and just yank it off. And then he's like banging and swinging it around like a saber.
I do want to warn you about the baby proofing stuff. And any parent that had kids grow up out of that stage can attest to it. Some of it just doesn't come off.
Oh,
What do
I've
you
been
mean?
to people's houses where I have to ask them how to open things. Like I can't get to the trash can because it's on it's got the baby locks. I'm like, I don't know how this works.
So, like, for example, the bumpers you brought up. Like, we put a bunch of those on a couple of things in the house. The ones we got were, like, sticky where they stay on there
that's what these
permanent.
are.
Yeah, they don't come off.
Well, this kid pulls them off.
Okay.
So it'll be his job. Hey, before you leave, you mind pulling all these bumpers off?
To this day, the cupboard under the sink, like, where you keep all, like, the chemicals and stuff.
Yeah.
One side of the cupboard, one of the little knobs there, has a child lock because I couldn't figure out how to get it off.
Yeah.
And it's
Just
so
there
damn
forever.
strong. Like, even the pliers that I have won't cut off.
So what,
the
you just
damn-
leave it closed?
No, I mean, like, I got one half of it off, so it's not locked anymore. But this thing just hangs off, and I can't get it off the damn cupboard because it's not a screw thing. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, it looks stupid as hell.
I was just realizing how I never thought of our house as dangerous because we never have kids. But now I'm
Now
like
you're seeing it in a
realizing,
different
this is
light.
bad. Like we got this fish bowl of Quaaludes. I put that up on the bookshelf. Just, hey, not for you, kid.
So I feel bad for you. And again, this is one of those rare situations, Kimmy. This is the first time in my experience of knowing Tommy where I get to now walk him through something he's never done before, right? Because, I've had the experience with the kids, right? I'm warning you now. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Then why warn me?
You didn't do anything wrong. Well, so you know what's coming.
What's coming?
You have been set up to fail.
Well, of course.
No, in ways you
don't.
Wait,
what am I not seeing?
Okay, of course. Wait, what? So, like, for example, let's use the finding the nail thing, right? Yeah, it's a very admirable thing. You getting on your hands and knees, crawling
At 65
around.
years old, I love being on my hands and knees, killing myself.
Pretend baby trying to find nails. There is no way that you, in that situation, would be able to locate everything that would be sticking out of the ground.
You can't.
Okay. So, if, God forbid, your grandson, catches his hand on a nail or something or scratches his leg, it's not going to be your fault, but it's your fault.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
And anything else that goes wrong, if that kid gets hurt in any way due to the house, it's going to be your fault.
Yes.
And that's not fair.
I know.
It's not fair to you.
But somebody's got to take the hit.
It's not fair to all the dads and grandpas out there that get saddled with this responsibility.
But you can't light up grandma. It's impossible. Grandmas are just so bulletproof. That's why we have all these mom vics that just walk out with $100,000 and people go, oh, Jesus. Did Gail where's Gail?
No, you're right. And I feel like it's a calculated move by you ladies, and the phone number is 252-WCMF.
Oh, they know what they're doing.
Yeah, your wife doesn't want to feel guilty if something were to go wrong. And your wife wants you to think that she trusts you to be the big, strong man. Like, it's so evil brilliant because she's playing on your insecurities. Like, I need you. You strong man.
Get on your hands and knees.
Make sure this baby is safe. We need to protect this child like we live in a cave and we're cavemen, right? But she could do that herself, and she could probably do a better job than you would do, right? But she won't, because every woman understands that if she takes on that responsibility and something happens to that poor little child, that it's her fault.
Look, they've been working at this for 2,000 years. They know what they're doing.
Why does nobody ever call them on it?
You can't. Because again, you cannot light up Granny.
The break room,
but is
blew
this,
it up.
But is this like a newer thing? Because I don't think there would have been a day in my parents' relationship where my dad would have been going around baby-proofing the house.
Oh, my old man didn't do a goddamn thing.
I remember baby-proofing for my little sisters when I was a kid. Like,
really?
Not me doing it, but I remember us having
it did not
the stuff.
exist in our house. And I think even if my mom tried, my dad would have gotten frustrated and, threw it all out.
Really? You didn't have that when you were a kid?
No.
Do you remember your brother being a little baby, though?
So put it this way. There was no baby-proofing because I went down the stairs in my walker.
Oh, good. You fell down the stairs in your walker?
Yep.
That explains a lot.
But yeah, I don't.
Did you hear that? Yeah, I think it's Kimmy.
We didn't have baby gates, nothing in our house.
Really?
No. Nope. It was just hey, watch the kid for a while.
Yeah, we got some baby gates, so I'm impressed. Nothing's getting through this.
Yeah, you'll see. You'll see. Bro, the kid's going to figure out by the end of the weekend how to get through that baby gate. And not even push it over. The kid will figure out the mechanism, lift it himself, put it back in the box, and ship it back to Amazon. That's how smart these damn babies are. And every parent knows
these
exactly.
These
babies. When we have these discussions about babies that get out and whether or not it's the parent's fault or if they should be arrested, it's not looking out for our own self-interest saying, oh, we all made a mistake. I'm telling you, man, every baby-proofing thing that has ever been invented within a week gets figured out by that baby it's supposed to protect.
But and I've never set any of this stuff up before.
Oh, you screwed it up too.
Probably, but she doesn't want to set anything up till tomorrow when the baby comes. But it's it's gonna be I'm a roadie for Beyonce. She's got so much stuff inside, outside, over here, over there. It's endless.
Yeah, man. Yes,
It's I'm running Park Ave Fest for this kid.
I love watching this because for years and years and years before you met your wife, nobody told you to have kids. All you parents, and I quote, all you parents want to complain. You didn't have to have kids. You didn't have to have kids. What happened? Well, you got nothing to say now, do you?
And I the stuff we have in the house is the wrong stuff. We have stuff in the house that the baby could eat, but my wife goes, no. That's the wrong stuff.
Well, what can't the baby eat?
She wants the high, the organic this, no sugar that.
Yeah.
All the cans and jars of unfun we have to go get.
But the baby don't know no difference.
Yeah.
She knows, and that's what happens.
Well, I'm saying, yes, I understand what you're saying, where it's a pain in the ass to go get that other stuff, and you want to be fun, Grandpa, that gives them cool stuff.
Bro, I was raised on Yoo-Hoo and candy cigarettes.
I was gonna say, Grandma and Grandpa's house is supposed to be the place you go where you're gonna eat the stuff mom and dad
That's
don't
changed.
let you to have.
I think that, hey, you're going to go have fun at grandma, because now, like, no.
No, it still happens. I just hate my parents for it.
Oh.
Yeah, like your dad's big Sunday guy, right?
Ice cream,
Sunday
he's
bar.
He'll come over with like 3 gallons of ice cream. He'll have a gallon of ice cream for each person. I got it. Whipped cream, ice cream. I'm not exaggerating. He will come with a gallon of ice cream, one for him, one for each of my daughter.
Yeah, we're like by the book.
Good. That's the way to be.
Yes, I know. She goes, this is what they want. This is what we're doing. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Why would you want to rock the boat?
I agree with that. I don't want to get lit up.
Okay.
So I just want to be standing there going, everything's fine.
You know, but it's funny. You know, you say we're talking about Tommy's grandson coming to town. He and his wife are going to have the baby all by themselves for the weekend. Tommy has been put in charge of baby-proofing the house, getting everything ready, bringing stuff up from the basement, all that stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, you say you don't want to get lit up. There's nothing you can do.
Oh, I know.
Short of something terrifying, and I'm not going to, where your stepson and daughter-in-law are gonna light you up. Like
No, but that's not the chain of command I'm working with right now.
What are you thinking?
My wife.
Oh, so she's gonna light you up if you took the kid to get like ice cream.
Oh, yeah, man.
Really?
I wouldn't even think about that.
Oh, wait a minute. You guys are like almost walking distance to
Yeah,
Pittsford Dairy.
the ice cream place.
Yeah, that ain't happening. She ain't gonna let it.
Really?
Yeah, because I don't know this and that, too
Not
much
even, like, one
sugar.
little
It's not
treat?
regionally sourced. It came from a bad place on the planet. I don't know. The people that grew this, it's horrible. Like, everything's got a story.
Oh, wait a minute. I think
Like,
this-
a can of corn's got a story.
But I would imagine in a lot of grandparent situations, like the grandparents, you want to make the parents comfortable,
Yeah,
right? By
yes.
abiding by their rules. But you also want to be the cool grandparents, because if there's like another set of grandparents involved, like you also want to be the favorite. So
The
there's like
grandparent wars.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
yes.
there's like a battle there where yes, you want to be the safe, reliable grandparents, but you also want the kid to like you more.
Which
So
is
like,
kinda
how do you
hard.
balance that?
I don't think you can.
You're either one or the other.
Yeah, I mean, no, he's right.
can't.
Either you're both fun, one's not fun, what the other is fun, or both are unfun, and that's the worst for that kid. If both sets of grandparents decide to follow the parents' rules to the T, that kid gets no fun.
Right. Absolutely. I mean, and here's the thing: like, if I never met my father, it wouldn't bother me so much. But like, my parents, when we used to go to like my grandmother's house, I can remember my father. They're in your house. They're your problem now. He would literally say that, and I wouldn't see my father again until we got back in the car and drove back to Jersey.
Yeah. No,
He'd sit outside my Uncle Dom and drink and smoke.
I don't.
And talk about how the world sucks.
Bro, like, you're right. What a different world it is. Like, I've told this story before. My dad loved to go places.
Yeah.
And he hated taking us with him.
He had a traveling Jones.
So my poor grandparents on my mother's side and my aunt and uncle, my mom's sister, they had us more weekends than my parents had us. And I'm not exaggerating.
Yeah,
Like
the dump off.
Yes, every Bills game my dad and mom went to dumped off at my grandparents. Every time they would go on a vacation or a trip out of town, I would go to my aunt and uncle's house. Like, we lived in their homes, in their
And
apartments.
they got free daycare.
Yes, like my dad.
Free.
I will never forget, man. Like, my dad thought he pulled such a big move because,
Yeah.
he would never. I mean, I guess it would be insulting to offer to pay your family to watch the kids, but there's also a point where you understand, like, hey, we're taking advantage of these
I got to feed these kids.
So my uncle Andy, my aunt Carolyn, I love these people, salt of the earth. Like, I was half raised in their house.
Yeah.
My dad one year, I'll never forget this. He went and got my uncle Andy, who watched us 15 weekends
That's a
out of
ton.
the year, if I had to guess, is what
Yeah.
it seemed like. He went out and got him like a Super Nintendo for Christmas. And he did that dick thing where it was like everybody agreed to spend like $25, but he went above and beyond because he wanted to look like a big shot at his in-laws' house. And he goes, well, they watch the kids a ton, so they watch you guys all the time, so it's like the right thing to do. And I'm like, or the right thing to do is not dump us off for 12 weeks. Because I'm guessing if you gave Andy truth serum, and I love the man to death, right? If he were like, hey, I'll trade you a Super Nintendo as a grown man for not having to do 15 weekends of watching kids.
Get those back?
Yeah, he probably would have been like, yeah, I'll take those weekends.
Did he even care about Nintendo?
Oh,
that
yeah,
much?
he's a big nerd.
All right.
Yeah,
All right.
big old nerd. But still, like, I don't want to know in modern times with the cost of childcare what my parents would have had to spend on me
To watch a kid?
Yes.
All weekend.
Yes.
How many of you were?
So it was you.
All of it?
It was you. When my sisters showed up, then it started tailing off.
Because they were infant.
Yeah, I don't know if that's because there were too many kids and my parents felt uncomfortable, or my grandparents, aunt, and uncles were finally just like, "Yeah, we're not doing this."
Plus, your father did that big thing, presenting the gift like over above. I look what I did for you.
Yes, it's exactly. Yes, 100%. Check me out. Yeah. Never do well. You guys do. I mean, that could be you. You could get yourself a Super Nintendo by the end of the year if you watch a kid a couple more times. Right. So, are you ready for this?
I don't know. I mean, we did it a couple of times before.
But we've had a couple trial runs.
Yeah.
Will this be the most intensive child watching experience you've had
at this age? Because when we did it before, he was a little one, so he wasn't so mobile.
Okay.
Now he's out and about, so he's 2.5, and he's moving.
Oh yeah.
You know, he's completely. He's not walking like a little drunk guy anymore. That's me.
See, at 2.5, he's not just mobile. He's mobile, agile, and hostile.
Oh, yeah.
And it is your job to keep an eye on that.
I know.
All right, look, man, here. I'll give you this advice.
What?
All right? Don't go in with a negative attitude.
I'm not.
No. Okay,
I'm more scared than negative.
That's what I mean. Not negative. Defeatist. Don't go in with a defeatist attitude. No, I'm telling you, man, this is all about positive thinking. The kids pick up on that stuff. They can smell fear. They're like the predator.
Okay.
So if you go in.
That's scaring me.
If you go in confident, where the kid can feel you, like, hey, man, we're just having a good time. If you sense that, you'll be fine.
Because they can smell fear on you.
Bro, you think I'm kidding? If that kid senses any weakness in you, he will take full advantage.
The only problem is I'm a very, very weak man.
I understand.
Don't hider.
I would Google how to project confidence and read all you can until tomorrow.
Stand at the door like Vince Lombardi on training day.
Yes. We're going to pull left. We're going to hit my nose. We got a dynamite project confidence to your 2.5-year-old grandson kind of break room for you this morning here on CMF. It's Friday. You know what that means?
We'll get a little creepy.
That's right. Creep kept coming at you just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Just after 8 o'clock. You are convinced that every man is a piece of crap.
Oh, yeah.
You've said multiple
Look
times.
around.
You've said multiple times on this show that all fathers will one day burn in hell.
Yes. Okay. Even the good ones.
And that's not true. The majority of men are good.
Men.
They are good men.
Good guys.
They are. However, the story we're going to tell you at 8 doesn't really help with that. This guy had a great job, a federal government job.
Well, those are tough to get.
And it looks like he's going to lose it if he's convicted because he threw it all away to see some boobies.
Oh, no.
That's all he got was
and like
Racola?
And like it even gets worse than that because like these women were violated. They were violated in a way where like they shouldn't have had to do this. They thought this was part of like getting into the country.
Oh.
And they were wrong.
Oh, no.
We'll tell you what happened with a customs agent according to federal authorities at the Canadian border just after 8 o'clock here at the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy, your Buffalo Bills have their final tune-up game tomorrow, 1 o'clock live right here on 96.5 WCMF, and there is not a reason to watch according to everybody.
Yeah.
Sean McDermott, head coach, is making a calculated decision to mitigate risk. But it turns out, if you are a fan of heart, if you're a fan of a dream scenario, if you're a fan of a long shot, there's a big reason to watch tomorrow.
Okay.
Because, Kimmy, it looks like this could now actually happen. If things go well for this kid tomorrow, this could happen.
Yeah.
And it would be one of the most improbable stories we've ever seen in Western New York.
Sounds like Hollywood.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. The last tune-up before it gets real, Tommy.
Oh, boy.
The Buffalo Bills take the field Saturday, and there's a lot on the line for some of those guys out there.
So some guys, this is it, and then they don't make it to app.
Yeah, you got it.
Get out.
And one of those men might be reason enough to tune in and watch this game.
So who I got to watch?
Only because, I'll tell you, his story is so amazing. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 6:45. There are crimes of opportunity. There are crimes of other reason. This could, Tommy, be very well a crime of opportunity.
Yeah.
It could also be someone just being a massive dick. We'll tell you the story just after 6:45. Also, you can log on to WCMF.com right now.
Yeah, what am I going to do?
Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Jason Bonham's Led Zeppelin Evening coming to Kodak Center on December 3rd. Tickets go on sale today. 3.5 hours, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. Bills, Panthers tomorrow, 1 o'clock. Home against the Carolina Panthers. Like I said, 1 o'clock kickoff. You can listen to that game live right here on 96.5 WCMF. Tommy, it is the final preseason game.
So exciting.
We found out this week that the Bills starters will not see any action.
They sit down.
Yes. Head coach Sean McDermott is making a calculated risk here, saying the injury bug that bit Buffalo in the last month, he wants to be extra cautious.
You got to heal up.
You got it. I mean, it does cost you reps with that first-team offense and defense. It's a risk.
All right.
It's a risk. But I think, Kimmy, most fans are fine with him doing what he's doing.
Yeah, I mean at this point, but I mean even if a lot of those guys were healthy, I think right now they're just focusing on who they want to keep on the roster, so you wouldn't see much of them anyways.
Okay, so that being said, you have a lot of Bills fans that have decided because none of the starters are going to play, this game is not worth checking out tomorrow. But Tommy, this game means a lot to the guys that are out there.
Okay.
Because like you said, this game tomorrow could be the difference between an $800,000 contract and working at FedEx. You know what I mean? And one story in particular is very compelling.
Oh, what do they got?
Linebacker Joe Andreessen. You ever heard of him?
No.
He played at Lancaster High School just outside of Buffalo.
Oh.
He's a Buffalo kid. After a 4-year standout career in that high school, he was given a scholarship. He was offered one scholarship to Bryant University.
Where's Bryant University?
Exactly. It's up in New England. You've never heard of it. Small D1 school.
That's all I ever got.
Yep. After the 4 years there, he transferred to play football at UB, so he would get one more year to play college football in front of his friends and family. And that's cool enough. That's a cool enough story, right? You went to a bigger program in front of everybody. Cool.
He's a hometown kid.
After his college football career was over, he went undrafted, and the Bills brought him into rookie camp essentially as a body. And Kimmy, it kind of felt like, hey, you're already in town. Just come on in.
All right.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have to put him up.
Yep. He impressed the coaching staff.
So he stood out that much.
Yep. And improbably was invited to Bills training camp.
Damn.
And that's impressive enough, right?
Yeah.
Like this kid
So he
went
hung
from,
in there.
You got it. He got one D1 scholarship, a school you never heard of, plays 1 year at UB, which is still not a big program. And in this random tryout, which he had no chance of making the team, he goes to training camp. And if the story ended there, that would be enough. Because again, Kimmy, there was no way this kid
Still
was
a long
making this
shot,
team.
Yeah.
That was until last week.
Getting
What happened?
opportunities here, it's just by luck of the injuries, right?
A little of both.
All
Yeah,
right.
no, I'm not saying like he didn't deserve to be in that spot, but luckily like he's been getting a lot more eyes on him because those guys are out.
So fate fell his
Yeah.
way.
A couple of linebackers got hurt,
All right.
and he had an opportunity while at Fisher to step up, and he impressed people. And those injuries got worse and worse at the linebacking core.
Sweet.
And against the Steelers
Come on
Saturday, this kid, who shouldn't have even gotten a tryout in the first place, played the entire game versus the Steelers. And he balled out.
Really?
Kid looked amazing. He had like 4 or 5 splash plays where it was like, holy crap, who the hell was that?
All right.
He will most likely get to play the whole game again tomorrow. And now,
He's got to be excited as hell.
are you excited or
I would.
I mean,
crapping your
it-
pants?
But even if it ends there, you didn't think you would be
I
there.
think-
You wouldn't think you would be on television playing football in the NFL.
I think
period.
it's more of a tease getting to this point now, right? Like you're right. Like you're in the spot you maybe never thought you'd be, but now that you got there, I'm guessing you want more.
Look, I mean, this kid has a legitimate chance to make the 53-man roster, at least the practice squad, which
Yeah.
we found out the other day, Kimmy, pays you what,
Pays pretty well.
$500,000?
Yeah.
And I think I'm with Kimmy on this, right? Like, if this kid came in, performed admirably at camp, was playing in the third and fourth quarters because he was just a body there so people wouldn't get hurt, you're right. This is gravy. Now that you're this close, now that you fought your way to potentially making this roster, she's right.
Yeah, but you take the tease.
No, because if you don't make the team,
You'll forever think I was that close.
Exactly.
And I think that would bug you
Yeah,
more
but you're
than
never going to know unless you get it. I mean, He's got to do this.
No, of course. Well, he doesn't have a choice.
I mean, like, he's got to.
No, thank you. I don't want to play the whole game.
But I guess what I'm saying is you're playing with the house's money, man. You got nothing invested here.
Okay.
Like you didn't go to a big program and everything was heaped on you and all this expectation. I would say he's got to be so relaxed because who even thought you would be here?
All right. So here's how I see it. And the phone number is 252.
I'll be getting high today.
252 WCMF 252-9263. There are, most human beings don't have the ability to play in the NFL.
Right.
And even guys
That's why they're going to give you $800,000 to be a schmuck.
Even guys that get to that preseason level, right? You'll see there are guys that just never play outside of the fourth quarter. And I think, Kimmy, we've talked to guys like that before. We know people personally who have been in those positions, right? And they'll tell you, right? Like it gets to a point where you realize I just don't have the talent to play.
You wrung it out.
Exactly, right? So I went, I had a good time, I put the helmet on.
The best you could.
Exactly, and that was cool. I got to hang out with a bunch of NFL players for a month and a half.
And you'll have that memory for the rest of your life.
But this guy now knows he may be able to do it. He's right there. So to Kimmy's T's point, he's not going to be able to go home and say, I didn't have the ability to do it, because he clearly has the ability to be on an NFL roster. But things happen, right? Balls bounce one way, balls bounce the other way. He could go out and have a terrible game just because, people have terrible games on Saturday, right? And maybe that opportunity slips away. Like, you have 60 minutes, 60 minutes to show them beyond a reasonable doubt that you can do this.
I can't imagine the pressure. I mean, that
your whole life comes down to this.
Comes down to a preseason game that, the average fan isn't paying much attention to, but it's everything to you.
Right. But, again, you're a nobody.
Okay.
Take the tease, man, because even a tease is going to put a stain on your britches.
Is he a nobody? Because they're talking about him in the break room, and that's a pretty popular
And he's still a nobody. Talked about by three nobodies.
God, I hope he makes it just because you said that, so we could play that back. He's a nobody.
He is a nobody.
He should just be happy being on the roster.
Watch him make some unbelievable play against the Chiefs that, wins the game, backs him up, forces it apart. He's a nobody. Nate Peterman, man, great idea.
The Nate train.
252 WCMF. Bills final preseason game tomorrow, 1 o'clock live on CMF against the Panthers, and the starters aren't playing. But there's a man you should watch this game for. Joe Andreessen, Buffalo kid, played at a small college, played his final college football year at UB. He got essentially a, hey, you're in town, come to rookie camp tryout. Didn't think he made the roster to come to training camp. Didn't look like he could make the team in any way. He has played out of his mind, and this kid, who will probably play the whole game on Saturday, now has a chance to go from an absolute nobody to being an NFL player. Would it be easier or harder doing this in your hometown? Because he's doing it in his hometown, too.
Harder. I think there's more pressure.
Well,
it's a team you've always looked up to.
I'm just thinking like family and friends.
Yeah.
More than the team you looked up to. Like, do you have to, because it's preseason, a little bit cheaper to get in, right?
Well,
I mean, you could get a crap-ass seat for dirt, right?
You can, but I'm sure everybody's calling him, too, because he's still only
But he
20.
ain't got any juice, right?
But he could still pay for the tickets.
Yeah. Is he Italian?
Andreessen?
Yeah, that sounds Italian.
Sure, let's go with
He's
it.
got at least 75 cousins and, hangers-on that are going to show up.
Like, that way, it would be a massive distraction from all the friends and family.
That would be the problem, is the
but
family.
But they'd show up no matter where you were, I would think.
Yeah, but
to a point, I don't want to spend.
I mean, I would love to talk to the kid and see, how many phone calls have you gotten for preseason tickets? And by the way, preseason tickets aren't cheap anymore. You used to be able to get $5 tickets.
Yeah, and they're all going to come because, those old school Italians that I grew up with, they don't travel.
I love how.
I don't want to put wear and tear on the car.
We don't even know
You
if
in town? Yeah, can you get me something for free?
We don't even know if he's Italian.
Kind of sounds Italian.
Okay, everything, you sound like your dad. Oh, yeah, made by Italians. Everything made by Italians. What was that boat company?
Donzi. Best speedboat made by Italians.
Where was it made?
It was made in Miami by a guy named Don.
Yeah, what was he, Italian?
I have no idea.
You know what's cool is, Kimmy, you can back me up on this. Mm-hmm. If this kid makes the team, Joe Andreessen, and he doesn't even see the field, you're going to see a ton of Joe Andreessen jerseys in the crowd all season.
You're saying if he's just on the roster.
If he makes the roster, even if he just makes the practice squad, because
there are going to be kids that went to high school with him. I mean, if you're from his hometown, you probably, I just think Buffalo is it's bigger than Rochester, but I'm sure it still has that small city feel for a lot of people that grew up there.
I'm saying even without having any connection to the kid.
Yeah.
Because this kid is what Bills fans
Yeah.
want Bills football to be. You know, blue collar against the odds, overcoming impossible obstacles.
Small school, yeah.
Small school, yeah. I mean, this is exactly what you think when
a great
you think.
story.
Yes.
I think you're right to an extent. I think if he doesn't do anything, though, I do think people will kind of forget.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how many jerseys you're going to see unless, like, he actually has some playing time.
I mean,
I guess it kind of depends on.
Because there have been guys, like, with this story before.
I still see Naaman Roosevelt jerseys in the parking lot.
Do you?
Do you know who Naaman
But
Roosevelt
he
is?
played. I mean, he played, though.
He had
You know
one
what I
touchdown
mean?
catch.
From the Roosevelt family?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Teddy's cousin,
Wow.
Naaman.
I'd like to play some more, but my legs don't work. Put me in, coach. We'll be in, coach. We'll be in, coach. I'm ready to play.
Is that Roosevelt?
Alan, bring me some water and some amphetamines.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. Brian writes, the fact this guy can make the team shows what bad shape the Bills are in right now. If he makes it, you're in for a long season.
I think if he makes his team and does well, I mean, it means like he's a good player. It also means like Sean McDermott's defense, his defensive scheme, it's kind of like a plug and go. Like it really shows like how successful that defense could be if you're loaded up with stars.
I mean, it's a great point. You won a playoff game with a guy that was literally sitting on the couch the week before last season.
That's amazing.
Didn't look great against the Chiefs, but
Yeah.
All right. So again, 1 o'clock tomorrow. Live
Go
right
get him,
here
Joe.
On 96.5 WCMF. I'm pulling so hard for this kid.
How can you not?
Come on, Joe. Do it, Joe. This could be a crime of opportunity.
All right.
I mean, it's just laying out there. It does cost a little bit of money, so you get it for free. And it's got all the information maybe you need that morning.
Nice.
But it's not a necessary crime.
Oh.
Because most of this information you can get straight up for free, and you wouldn't even have to leave the house to do it. So it's also possible that this guy committed this crime just to be a dick.
Oh.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This is a time machine story.
Oh.
It happened this week, but it was most prominent probably in the 1960s.
Oh.
It's so old school that technology would keep 95% of people listening from even being a victim of this. So the man who allegedly committed this crime, did he do it as a crime of opportunity? Or was it a crime just to be a dick?
He's like a nostalgic dick?
Possibly.
Oh, okay.
You hanging out in the break room? Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we have your chance at your share of $100,000.
$100,000, you dick.
Download the free Odyssey app. Log in. Listen to CMF on the app 1 hour each weekday to get your daily entry for your chance at your share of $100,000 in this national contest. It's Friday. You know what that means.
Oh, we going to get a little creepy.
Just after 7 o'clock, all the disgusting things Tommy said all week long with the creep cap. And a man who only hates his wife in this specific spot.
Oh.
And maybe you're lying to yourself. Maybe you wouldn't say it out loud. But this kind of makes sense.
Okay. So I when she does this kind of move.
If you are going to be a different person around your husband, wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, it's most likely around these people.
Oh, these people.
We'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from Wayne County.
What happened?
A 63-year-old man.
63?
63-year-old man has been arrested for petty larceny after police say he was caught stealing newspapers.
What? Where?
Police say he stole 2 newspapers.
Wait, out of the box?
Those are all the details we have. He stole 2 newspapers. That's what we got. We don't know if it was on the same day or different days. We don't know if they were from the same place. But in the year 2024, we are having a discussion about a man swiping a paper.
Oh, my God.
So before we get into intent here, swiping a newspaper could be one of the hardest crimes to pull off these days.
Yeah, because you got to really find one.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's
you'd
a
have
good
to find
point.
a newspaper box.
Yeah. Or, well, I mean, they also will throw on people's driveways in those yellow bags, right?
Yeah.
So I guess you could just walk up and grab one. But when's the last time you saw a newspaper sitting in someone's driveway or the box?
I don't
guess
see
I
the.
haven't looked though.
No, but you know, we go to work early in the morning, right?
Yeah.
So I used to see the paper guys driving around all morning,
Oh,
tossing
true.
them. I haven't
they
seen
used
those
to do
in years.
it right here.
Yeah.
That would be the only other car you'd see on the road.
But I haven't
I'd be
seen
out
those.
smoking, and the guy wouldn't even, he would try and hit me with the newspaper.
Well, he used to throw really angry, like he was
Yeah,
pissed
he
off at
did.
the world. But I haven't seen those guys in years.
I mean, how many? I would love to know in Rochester not percentage, because it'd probably be like 2.
Yeah.
How many people still get the newspaper delivered to their house? And I understand that people have plenty of digital subscriptions and
Right.
things. I'm talking about the
Physical paper at your door.
every single day.
Because the other thing I'm thinking of, the only way you would steal it would be the old boxes.
Yes.
Where you put your 50 cents in and you were on the honor system to just grab one paper.
Which is funny because they're always like, why wouldn't I steal 2? Why would you need 2 newspapers?
Okay, so
Why? Why?
can I tell you why?
Why?
So when I first started doing radio, like we all, use the paper a lot to get the stories and stuff, right? Especially when you don't want to really do any work. So Weeze needed a paper. I had a paper, and a female co-host, whoever that wasn't suing us at the time, they needed a paper. So usually the producer would go down to like the plaza, right, and just throw 50 cents or whatever the paper was, grab 3 or 4 papers, and come back with it.
So you're the reason why newsprint went out of business?
Brother Weeze destroyed print media.
And radio.
He's doing that from Miami.
But I mean, this guy
But
had to...
people always, but don't forget, people are just greedy.
It's almost like
'Cause you don't need 2
You
papers.
just take it because you can, not that you need it or want it.
Right.
I mean, could that be it? Is that just it? Like he just wanted the newspaper? Like next week he's got a plan to steal a Ford Edsel? Right? Like, I mean...
Unless he's like moving and he needs a bunch of papers to wrap stemware.
Okay, but he's also 63, so
Yeah.
he is the age where he might actually want the physical paper.
True.
But he needs 2 of them.
252 WCMF. We're talking about the 63-year-old man. He was arrested for petty larceny after police say he was caught stealing newspapers, 2 of them. We don't know if it was the same house. We don't know if it was the same day. We don't know what the period of time, but we are aware that is the accusation. So here's the thing.
Yeah.
If the allegations are true, there are 2 reasons this man at 63 years old could have committed this crime. First one is straightforward. He wanted to read the paper. He didn't want to pay for the paper. I'm taking this paper.
Yeah.
And that's possible.
Yeah.
The other is he was doing it just to be a dick.
Yeah. But it's weird at that age.
Yeah.
Bro,
well,
walk through
it's
this
petty,
with me.
but that would be maybe the age where like you
Right.
feel like it's not. You would feel like it's not a big enough crime where you feel like you're being a bad person.
Oh, no. That's not what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
What I'm getting at is it's a 63-year-old man.
Yeah.
Maybe he gets up early and takes his walk every morning, and he's got a problem with someone in his neighborhood.
Oh, so you're thinking
Well,
they
that's what
swiped it right
that's what
off
I
the...
was saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Right after.
like he was like, I'm gonna, take this just to get one over,
Gotcha.
not thinking
Right.
it's gonna be a big deal.
So you think he's swiping them right off of private property?
Yes, messing with people's heads.
Okay.
Where's my paper? I ordered the paper. It's got to be that one. It's
Yeah.
got to be that. 'Cause a crime of passion, not a crime of wanting to stay well informed. And here's the thing.
What's that?
If it is the second one, if it was a crime of being a dick, it's a genius move because it would drive the homeowner nuts.
Oh, yeah.
Your first thought wouldn't be somebody stole my paper,
No, of course not.
right? It would be, well, I didn't deliver it.
Yes.
Right? So then you got to call the paper company to complain about
Right.
it. And they'd say they did deliver it. And you'd call them a liar. And you'd talk about how when you were 16 in 1972, you took responsibility for your mistakes on your paper out and you chew them out. And then the next day, the paper would go missing again. And the paper company would be sure they delivered it because they double checked. And then you'd recognize you made a total ass out of yourself filing a complaint, but you're not going to apologize because, well, if they would have lost it, they still would have traded it the same way. Right? The more you think about it,
Yeah.
it's funnier from a psychological warfare standpoint.
Okay.
Like, it's a brilliant move to be a dick.
How did he get busted?
Oh, it could have just been something as simple as a doorbell cam,
Thank
right?
you.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Because that's the second it senses any movement in your front yard, it's going to start recording.
Absolutely. And that's what's funny about this, too, right? Because I'm assuming whoever got the paper delivered is also a little bit older. Is that a fair assumption?
I need the Times of Wayne County.
Exactly. Which, by the way, upstanding rag.
It's been around forever, man.
I use it to get news stories sometimes. They do a nice job. But that being said, you have old man on old man crime.
Okay.
Two people who may not understand that the technology that exists makes this crime impossible to get away with. Right? Because, and here's the thing, the fact if they did get caught on a ring cam, I mean, we've talked on this show before about how ring cams kind of give a false sense of security.
Yeah.
Because
Right.
the majority of people caught on ring cams are never, or like captured on ring cams.
Sometimes, yeah, it's just not enough to actually identify a person.
Most of the time. It's not enough to identify a person, which means if this was like a ring cam situation, how this person got caught, the person looking at the video had to know who they were.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he probably had on very distinctive clothes for a 63-year-old man.
What are you thinking?
Well, he probably he dresses the same way every single day,
You're the only man in his 60s that doesn't do that.
and I get mocked for it constantly.
Or he could be walking his dog. I know that dog.
But like all the old guys that work in our neighborhood, they take their dogs. They have the same outfit on every day. I know that guy.
Their walking outfit.
I know that Oak Hill hat.
I'm going to take it a step further. I think the older you get as a man, the more distinct you look.
Oh yeah.
Right? Like your
If
body.
you got to walk, you got to talk.
And like your body starts to become like shapes too. It's like a fingerprint. No man over the age of 50 has the exact same body. There's lots of dudes in their 20s, 30s, and 40s. You line them up next to each other, they all look exactly the same.
Yeah,
right?
but our bodies are slowly crumpling up.
Yeah, yeah,
You get more bow-legged.
sure. But nobody crumples no two bodies crumple the same.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, you would know exactly who that guy was if you were familiar with him from the neighborhood. But the biggest reason this had to be a crime of dick and not a crime of information.
What is that?
There are so many more valuable things to steal at people's homes and outside of people's homes.
Yeah.
Anything inside an Amazon package would be worth more than a newspaper. Why wouldn't you take that? And if you really wanted the news, that's why you took the paper. You can't get that paper for free, but there's plenty of news on your phone. On
You can
the
watch.
internet.
You can get it online. Yes.
Yes, and like here's the thing: even if you don't have a phone or internet access, you could go to the library for free.
Oh, yeah.
Like a man that's willing to swipe a newspaper to get the news of that day, I would assume also is willing to go to the library to get free internet, right?
So you think this guy's completely vindictive?
There would be no reason to
Yeah.
steal a newspaper these days. Not a single reason.
So did they say what? So they did catch him, right?
Yes. Well, yeah. The allegations are so he's been arrested.
So I wonder what you get for that.
It's petty larceny, so
But,
probably
like,
a fine.
I would be so pissed off if I'm a judge and I've got the place is sold out with problems today, and I've got Paperboy over here. I got Newsy. I got to lock up.
I mean, it is Wayne County.
No, but they get slammed too, bro.
Well, yeah,
I tell you, I did night court in Dansville, and it was packed.
I
Full of
did.
people.
court.
I did night court in Dansville. Is my favorite rooms.
I did, man, and I got the book thrown at me, bro.
If it was the paper, it would have hurt less.
Yes.
You did. So like I mean I was around with when the paper was a thing, but I was like coming of age when the paper
Yeah.
was phasing out, right? Did a lot of people have their papers swiped back in the day?
I don't think so, because everybody.
Says man who just admitted to stealing multiple papers a
well,
day.
that was through the show.
Well, you're saying like from your house
Yes.
or
So,
your mailbox.
I don't think there'd be a reason to, because in that neighborhood I lived in, Webster, everybody got the paper.
Okay.
Like, it was just a thing. So like when you saw that guy coming down the street, he was chucking them on every house.
It's funny when you think about it. I mean, why wouldn't the neighborhood just share like 2 papers?
Well, because how do you do that during the work week?
What are you talking about? Oh, you want to like read it on your way to work?
Well, people got them every day.
I assumed you just read them like when you were sitting there eating breakfast. Like, hey,
Probably,
Steve,
yeah. Because don't forget, we'd be sitting at your door at 5 a.m.
Yes, and like, there's like 7 sections, right? So you take the sports and lifestyle, I'll take the front page and local, and then we'll switch back on a little
So in the dead of winter, I'm going to walk around sharing a paper, schlepping through a foot of snow.
But you're all
and
paying
ice.
for the same thing. That isn't like, it's not like it's like time limited. It's not like it's going to disappear in an hour.
But we all did it. I mean, that's why that's why they made so much goddamn money.
All right, so you're saying there was no need to steal a paper back in the day?
I don't know anybody that did.
I mean, back in the day.
I mean, you got to be busted ass or weird.
Okay. It's just weird because there's a significant amount of porch pirate crimes now we see every month with Amazon and deliveries and things like that. And I guess I didn't think about, it's not like everybody's getting the same Amazon package.
Yeah.
But I mean, if there's problems with people swiping that stuff, there must have been people stealing newspapers on a regular basis.
I don't know I guess if you didn't, one of the things people loved about the newspaper was that it had its own TV guide in it.
Oh.
It was an insert.
Yeah.
So you could pull it out on Sunday. Instead of buying the TV guide, you get the newspaper's TV guide. And those were cherished. Like, that's the one thing on Sunday you pulled out and you lay it on the coffee table so I could know what time Cheers is coming on, because it comes on the same time every week and there's only 3 channels.
That's what I never got about the TV guide.
It was completely pointless, but everybody wanted it.
Yeah.
But it also would have a cute article about Adrienne Barbeau and how she deals with having a big chest.
She has no idea who
You don't know who Adrienne Barbeau is?
No.
You wouldn't.
Rocky's wife. Yo, Adrienne Barbeau.
Well, I don't think that would be a role model for Kimmy.
She doesn't. She won't even be insulted. Nobody knows who you're talking about. The only people that know who you're talking
The
about
Barbeaus don't even.
at one point had their papers swiped.
Yes.
All right, let's take a break. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, I think we just started a little creepy.
I mean, yeah, you are always creepy. So it's the second you step out of bed, you've started being creepy. Creep cap coming at you. And in-laws are hard to deal with.
You ain't kidding.
Better be careful, man. You got some folks coming to
Hey,
town.
no, but you don't have a mother-in-law and father-in-law.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, not anybody else.
They're all dead.
I love when you do
We're scorched earth, man. We're good. I'm telling you, getting married late in life, the one benefit is the parents are gone.
Oh, my God. Don't say that out loud, you idiot.
I won't. They're gone.
Dealing with your in-laws is tough.
Yeah.
But when your spouse, partner, whoever, starts to change into those in-laws.
Oh, turning into?
Well, that's just it. It's not so much.
When she Wolfman?
It's not so much turning into, because I know there are people that believe your wife will turn into her mother.
Yeah.
Your husband will turn into his father.
Yeah.
That's not what I mean. I mean more of a temporary change.
Oh.
Because if your partner is going to show a different side of themselves, it's most likely going to be with these other people.
Okay.
And a man is writing us a Facebook message, paragraphs worth, paragraphs.
Graphs.
Over a problem he has with his wife when she's around these people. And we'll get to it next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There are people who believe they are the same person around all the people all the time.
Yeah. Steady Eddie.
Yeah. And those people are wrong.
Oh.
Well, it's human nature to change the way you act, the way you talk, the way you are, depending on how comfortable or uncomfortable you are around different people.
Well, you got to make those adjustments.
Yeah. And it's usually not a big deal.
Yeah.
But for this man, it is.
Yeah.
And it could be one of those things that he just has to deal with. Because saying what he is saying to us out loud to his partner would be grounds for ending the relationship.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. It's Friday. You know what that means.
Oh, we're getting a little creepy.
Actually, we're not. We have some technical difficulties, so we will be creep capitalist.
Postpone.
I had that good one with my arm
No,
and
you
your
didn't, 'cause
mom.
Don't worry, it'll be there some point.
No, we didn't get that one because we're also
Oh,
having
you're
technical
right.
We lost that one
difficulties.
completely?
Yeah, that's gone forever.
Why do I even bother with your mother? What's the point?
If we can figure this out, we will have it today. If we cannot, we will have it. We will double up on the creep cap next week.
And doubleheader next
Maybe
week.
a Tuesday creep cap. I don't know. Who
What?
knows? Who knows? Possibly. We're working as hard as we can. Poor Kimmy's working her fingers to the bone, which is not hard because she's got those weird long fingers.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
All right.
Some weird ass alien
I think
hands.
Kimmy has nice hands.
Kimmy has a nice hands.
Has
Is
nice-
is
Has a nice
what you
hands.
think?
Has a nice hands.
All right. Sorry about that, everybody. We'll try it next week. Okay. Today, we have another letter from a man who is in a semi-serious relationship.
What happened?
Well, before I read this letter, I want to say this again. Okay. We are not qualified to actually help you in the break room.
That's true.
We are not qualified to help in our own lives. You've listened to the show and what we go through, right? So please, when you write us these letters, and I appreciate them, the Facebook messages, the emails, all that stuff. I appreciate you guys listening, right? But don't expect a good answer when you write us about serious stuff, because we get serious stuff, Tom.
I know. But, I got to say, though, I have had multiple sets of in-laws. So I do have some experience in this room.
Okay.
Over y'all.
You have a lot of experience, actually.
He's got a full basketball team worth of in-laws.
Yes, he does.
So that being said, we have a Facebook message here, and I'm going to leave out all the names because this could get volatile. And this guy writes us paragraphs
Man.
in this Facebook message. So he and his wife, they've been married a few years. He has a mother and sister-in-law who moved back to Rochester together a few months ago. He says he never really spent a lot of time with them around his wife and her family, but now that he has to, he doesn't like it. And I will pick up the message 2 paragraphs in.
Damn.
Because this is what we need. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm right.
Quote, she's like a completely different, terrible person.
Terrible.
Her mother and sister are mean, gossipy, small-minded women who take the smallest things that people do and make them big things that they find a way to talk about for days. My wife is not that person until she gets around her mother and her sister. We see them once or twice a week now, and when I am with the 3 of them, I watch my wife transform into the terrible people that they are. My wife rarely says a bad word about anybody. When she's with her family now, all she says are bad things about everyone. And when I'm making the voices, he has put these in caps.
All right.
It's a big turnoff for me, and it's disappointing. I love her for the person she is not. No, let me try. I love her for the person she is, not the person she's become around her mom and sister. I also know that some of the people they're talking about, her mom and her sister, are going behind their back and saying what my wife is saying about them. It's like watching middle school girls. I don't like it, and I want it to stop. And then he proceeds the next 2 paragraphs to mosey around how do I get her to stop.
All right.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is this a common issue to watch your spouse, your partner, flip personalities when they're with their family?
I think everybody does it to an extent when you get back with people. Like you go back to your old ways.
The family flip.
But you're a different person when your brother Ryan walks in.
Yeah. I've noticed that.
Cooler?
I think, I just think.
Way cooler. Oh my God, so cool. Cool me cool.
I also think you're used to acting a certain way around, especially certain family members, just because of your history with them, right? And you've learned over time how to manage your relationship with that person. So yeah, when they're around, you may just act differently to keep the peace a lot of the time.
So you can admit that you're different around your parents and brother compared to
Probably.
everybody else. Okay.
I mean, I don't
think you
notice
notice
it,
it. Yeah.
but I'm sure if you asked my husband, he would notice it.
So my sister-in-law used to say when my niece would come back home to visit, her mom and dad, and she moved away from Cape Cod, and she was like this big New York sophisticated woman, right? She goes, she'd walk in the door, a 36-year-old woman. By the time she left, she was 14. She just turned into that kid again.
Okay.
Yeah.
And probably didn't even notice it. You know, she just went back to being a kid.
Reverted back to the way she was when she was around them most of the time.
So
and I think it's human nature.
So everybody does this.
I bet you everybody does it. It depends how bad it gets.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Well, it was bad enough for this guy to write multiple paragraphs to a radio show and calling his wife a terrible person along with his sister-in-law and mother-in-law when they're all together. I mean, lots of folks have problems with their in-laws, but this paints it in a new light. Do you dislike the people your in-laws are? Or do you actually dislike the person your partner becomes around their family?
Well, she's becoming the people you don't like.
But I'm talking about in your actual personal case, right? Because like we all, there's that old joke about I hate my mother-in-law, I hate my father-in-law, and my brother-in-law's an idiot, my sister-in-law is a bitch.
90% of the sitcoms you watch were based on that theory.
Bingo. But do we hate those people because of the way they act? Or do we hate those people because of the way we watch our partners change when they're around them? Right? Because if you're with your husband or wife and someone else who's a dick, you can hang out with your husband and wife and everything will be fine. Maybe we're not all realizing that our wives, husbands, boyfriends, girlfriends, fiancés, whatever, are becoming their family around their family, and that's why we hate them.
Well, maybe so.
Well, I was also going to say, I mean, it could be that you're becoming more like the people that you're around, or you could be more on edge. You could be a little bit more, you may have less patience with those people, and it may bring out a
tension.
not so nice side of you when you're around your family, which again, maybe your significant other just can't stand because it's like, where did this anger come from? You know?
All right.
And you can't fix it because she's not going to see it. She's going to think you're just being an ass. If this guy brings this up, she probably does not see this change in herself.
Okay, so let's break this down because I think it's more than just there's nothing you can do about it, all right? Again, we're talking about this Facebook message. Guy writes us paragraphs worth of stuff saying his mother-in-law and sister-in-law recently moved back to Rochester, and his wife, who he had never spent time with around her family a lot, is now, they're seeing him twice a week. His wife is becoming gossipy around her sister and mom, and he hates it. He hates it. He says that's how they are. It's not how his wife is. He's never seen this before. He wants it to stop. So you're saying there's nothing he can do about it?
I don't see how you could explain it to her where she would see it. Because she don't see it.
You can't say what he said in the Facebook message.
No, but like if I went up to my wife and go, hey, you really changed around your sister. You're a different person. What do you mean? Because she's going to immediately be defensive and thinking I'm being mean.
Okay.
And then she's going to say, well, you don't like my family. Like there's going to be a pushback, and it's all going to come back on you. Because very few people go, man, you're so right. I am an ass around these people.
Okay.
Right? That's not going to happen.
All right. But if it's this could be, I mean, the way he talks in this Facebook message, and again, I'm not a psychologist. I'm not here to help you. I can't help you. But it sounds like this is a deal-breaking thing for him.
I think he's being a whiny little bitch, to tell you the truth.
Whoa.
Because this is just part of dealing with being married. Like people digress back to the people that who raised them.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
But see, here's the thing. Wait a minute.
Well, I think to Tommy's point, you're always going to have to deal with in-laws, whether you like them or don't like them. Like it's something that you're obligated. It's your family now, right? So
you're in bed
you have
with
to
them.
take what comes with that.
You're always going to treat your daughters, no matter how old they get, like they're your kids.
Yeah, sure.
And so when they walk in the door with their significant others, they're going to start acting like those kids you think they still are.
Okay.
And it kind of feeds off of each other.
No, I mean, I get what you're saying. Everything you're saying, I understand.
Brilliant.
No,
it's falling out of my mouth.
No. I said I understand.
We should do a brilliant cap.
And we just did. And it's over.
Da-da-da-da.
Oh, we lost all that audio.
No, I mean, I get what you're saying.
Right.
I get what you're saying. But, I don't think it's fair to this guy for you to call him a whiny bitch and say this is just something that happens, because I'll give you another side.
Yeah.
Let's say that my brother comes over to the house, and you're right. I am different around my brother.
And he's different around you.
Yes, and we have fun and we get after it.
Yeah.
I can tell my brother when his wife is around, like when we're all hanging out, like when my wife is there and he's there, he's not going to get as crazy fun. And I get it, right? He's got kids now. He doesn't want to look like an ass. If my wife had a problem with my brother and I, drinking a ton, doing Bill stuff, saying the stuff we say to her, and she pulled me aside and go, you need to mature. You would agree with my wife.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So why is it a problem for this guy to see what he's seeing and have a problem with it?
I think
You can't say man woman. That's not a take. You cannot say that.
You know it's right, though.
No, it's not. That's what I mean. It's a BS take. Because if you look at me and you go, yeah, you got to grow up. Your wife's right. You guys aren't 12 anymore, running around the house, in your underpants, slapping each other with Nerf guns.
Which has happened in your house.
That was a nightly occurrence in my house. No, if she can say that to me, then this man is allowed to confront his wife about the problem.
You know that's driving it don't work that way, bro. And
you think you change your voice, it makes the argument better? Man, let me talk soft like this for you for a while. Man.
Look, you're right. In theory, you are correct.
Shut up.
But if you approach your wife that way,
yes,
because my wife can tell me whatever the hell she thinks of me at any given moment.
Okay.
And I got to say yes, ma'am.
But you also know she's right.
See? So
I would just are
you hearing this?
You admit it.
So, but if I turn around and say that to my wife, and if I don't watch my tone, I'm being mean.
Do you hear you?
I'm being abusive. I'm man speaking to you. Like, they have such vocabulary when they're pissed that they can just rain down.
Vocabulary. You don't have the vocabulary to say such vocabulary.
They can rain down so much misery on my ass.
Such vocabulary, many sentences.
Yes,
a lot of commas.
I'm gonna be like that poor guy when his house gets devastated. He's got nothing.
No, look, but here's the shut up. First of all, stand up for yourself, you coward.
Don't stand up for yourself.
Yes, stand up for yourself. Every once in a while,
talk to those guys.
Pick your spots.
We got a guy who stood up for himself.
Yeah?
Yeah. You want to go visit him?
I hear he's very successful. He's got his own storefront. Look.
Storos suck.
Wait, your mom's got a business? Storos suck? You know what their slogan is?
How do you spell that?
GHGHAAA GHGH. It's a long sign. No, here's the thing. Going back to using the, hanging out with your brother, getting drunk, right? I would agree with a woman that says you need to now become a more mature person. If my wife came to me and said, you're acting like an ass, you shouldn't be getting drunk at 38 years old with your brother and falling all over the place, she's right. Okay. She would be right. And I would say, okay, fine. So why does this man not have the ability to look at his wife and go, you are not this terrible person. I did not marry this terrible person.
Okay, so you created this scenario about you and your brother, right?
Yes. Well, yeah, created.
Yeah, but you can't create a scenario between your wife and like her sibling.
Oh, well, I'm not going to, but I could.
But I guess it's a different conversation because y'all just jackassing like little boys.
But let's use the example here in this Facebook message. Again, we're talking about this guy. We're leaving his name out of it because this is some volatile stuff. And he writes paragraphs to us on Facebook talking about his wife. Says his sister-in-law and his mother-in-law recently both moved back to Rochester. He did not spend a lot of time with his wife and his sister-in-law and mother. And now that they're seeing each other twice a week and he's there, he says that his wife has turned into a gossipy, mean, small-minded woman. That is a quote from the Facebook message. Quote, I will watch my wife transform into the terrible people that they are. My wife rarely says a bad word about anyone. When she's with all her family now, she says bad things about everyone. It's a big turnoff for me, and it's disappointing. How is that any less than drunk or stupid or obnoxious?
I guess it's two different types of annoying.
Okay.
So I guess what you could say, get ready for more Brilliant Cap.
All right.
Coming up next week. You could say, you can't change the past. So why are we talking about? Why are we fighting? Why are you complaining about these people that no longer matter?
Oh, no, but she's not complaining about them. She is jumping on
and
gossiping about everybody else.
Right, so why are you
gossiping
doing that? You can't change people. I mean, you can take the high road. You can only take the high road in this conversation. You can't, scold.
Do you agree?
Or finger point.
I think if you say take the high road, you're kind of scolding in a way because you're saying, that's not very nice behavior.
Well, it's a high scold. Pretty classy scold. Well, how else can you say it then? But then you can't say anything.
Jump in and gossip along with her.
Okay,
I don't know.
Says woman who was a nice woman until she met us and jumped up and gossiped along with her. So you're saying you can't do anything. You're with Tommy.
Okay, so did he say that she's only like this around them? Or, okay. So it's not like it's bleeding into your life when they're not around, right? Like she hasn't changed as a person outside of being around her.
Okay.
But you're seeing a side of her you don't like.
Yeah, but maybe that side was always there.
But if you
I'm sure it is.
Yeah.
I mean, you've never seen your husband in situations where you've been like, oh my God.
I guess every now and then you're surprised, but it'd be one thing where if I started to see that when it's just us or outside of that situation, then I may be more concerned because I can understand being around people that they bring out a different side of you. But if you're not that person all the time, it's not as concerning, I guess.
Are men? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So
more brilliance, please.
No, but like
the brilliance cap.
Like I know how. Like I'm glad my wife never got to see me interact with my father.
Oh.
Because I was a dick and he was a dick.
Because it may have completely ruined her image of you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But that went away when he went into the ground.
But that side of you still would always be there. Like, the only reason it went away is because he went away.
Right. If he was alive, when I got around him, I know because when I look back, I go, man, you were horrible to him.
Is there anything?
And he was horrible to you, to me, how I felt. But she might see it like, well, he's just this kind old man. You should give him a break. I wasn't giving that prick a break.
Yeah, I get you.
You know, I mean, I was a dick.
And there's nothing she could have done to change that, right?
No, because I can remember when they used to come up and visit, I would say, all right, come on. You gotta be cool this time. You're going to pick him up at the airport.
Talked yourself up.
Yeah, I would give myself like a little Vince Lombardi pep talk.
The second he
by the time I could see my mailbox, I was done with this guy.
Okay, but you just admitted that if your wife had seen that and pulled you aside and said, stop.
I don't think she'd like me.
But you would have stopped, had you? You would have tried to change.
Maybe, but maybe he couldn't. Maybe he literally, maybe you would have tried for a little while and then it just would have gone back.
But she also would have seen an ugly side of me that she hadn't seen. And she may have never even married me. Like, I mean, she might go, I'm not, this is the way he treats people?
I love how, I get what you're saying. But I love how you say uglier side. Like, you're already not the ugliest human being that's ever existed. Right? Like, windows shatter when you walk by them. Like, like when you come down on High Falls, it looks like it's a rundown neighborhood. No, it's because Tommy keeps walking by things and it just crumbles. That's how ugly his face is. They had to shut down
what was that?
The Suck-A-Lot.
Oh, why?
Well, because that sign fell down. And now it just says, they lost half of it.
How do you spell that?
Ghaagha. All right, let's take a break. Yeah. It's kind of been a nostalgic morning. We're talking about, a guy who got arrested out in Wayne County for stealing newspapers.
Yeah, what else is going on?
Well, something could be going away soon, and this town is very upset about it.
Oh.
I mean, I guess if there's an old school town, like one you drive through that reminds you of like 1950s, 1960s America, it would be Brighton.
Yeah.
And the fact that they still have one of these is so Brighton.
Really?
But it could be going away. And the folks in Brighton are upset.
Oh.
They say they don't have the money.
They can't save it? They don't have the money.
Well,
what?
Yeah, because it is weird because they're replacing it with something.
But they're replacing it with something that they say is less expensive and doesn't cost as much to keep up. But here's the thing.
What?
I mean, are these even popular these days anymore, Kimmy?
I know what they're replacing it with.
No, what they have now.
Yeah,
I would
that's
argue
the thing that they're replacing it with, I know, is popular in other towns, but I guess I don't have anything to compare it to.
How are they getting rid of it?
We'll tell you what we're talking about. You may not even know they have one of these. Next here at the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. This is about as Americana as it gets.
Oh.
Like Norman Rockwell, the Sandlot kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But all good things must eventually come to an end.
Yeah.
And a battle in an east side town is showing us why places like this may not work anymore. There is a group of people that are fighting to keep it. And it sounds like they're ready to do whatever it takes to make that happen.
To save it?
Yeah. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Just after 7:45, big announcement from the Museum of Play, Strong Museum of Play.
Ooh,
yesterday.
what we getting now?
This is going to be huge, and it's bigger than you think it is.
World's largest piece of chalk.
It's an exhibit that's going to be here for months. And when we tell you what it is, everybody listening will have an image of the person that's fighting to get there in their head. Because not a lot of people until just recently, Kimmy, openly admitted this is something they enjoy.
Yeah, maybe there were more people that liked it than we thought.
And I think if you go to this thing openly and admit it, you might be one of the bravest people in the world.
Wow.
We'll get into it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. A big announcement from the town of Brighton over the weekend.
What's popping in Brighton?
They're putting in a splash pad.
What's a splash pad?
Kimmy, you want to
It's like like at a water park where you see all the stuff sticking out of the ground.
Oh, the kids run
spraying
around.
water
Yeah.
at people. Yeah,
Okay.
like it's not. There's nothing you're sitting in. Like it's not a pool.
The kids run around.
Yeah.
All right.
So these
It's
have
like a
become
big sprinkler.
These have become very popular in a couple of towns in the greater Rochester area. Greece built a splash pad that is always slammed full of kids all the time, and they love it. They love it. The fact that Brighton is getting a splash pad is not what the residents are pissed about.
What's the problem?
Brighton wants the splash pad to replace their public pool.
I didn't know they had a public pool.
Neither did I.
I did not either.
So the town says the pool, which is located on Elmwood Ave, is old. 35 years old, to be specific. And the town says the shape that it's in, it would cost too much to fix. And even if they did put the money in to fix it, town says it's not a long-term fix. It's just a Band-Aid, so they're going to have the same problem a couple of years
So it
down
needs
the
to be
road.
replaced.
That's essentially yes.
Yeah.
And making things more complicated.
Yeah.
Town says their stable of lifeguards are all high school and college kids. So even if you had the money to fix the pool, well, when the kids go back to school, the pool has to close.
Well, it would anyway, wouldn't it? Because they're going into the winter
weather.
months.
Well, bro, I mean, let's not forget, we've had 70, 80-degree days into October the last couple of years. So, for that reason, Brighton says the splash pad is the plan, and that is that.
So they're going to dig up that thing and put in a splash pad.
That's the plan.
All right.
But hold on, Tommy.
What's the matter?
Well, some folks in Brighton, they're not buying that.
Okay.
There are fighters for the pool. They argue no study's been done to tell us how expensive fixing the pool would be versus installing the splash pad.
Yeah.
They also say there are plenty of people in the community that would be happy to work as lifeguards, and they are upset. Saying,
they're in their 90s.
Come back. Come back. The folks are most upset that there was no public input in the plan, and it sounds like, Tommy, they're going to fight to keep this pool from going away. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy? When you think public pool, the first word you think is?
Busted.
Why?
Because, I mean, usually the public pool's in places where people don't have access to pools.
Like Brighton?
I'm amazed they have one. I am.
Okay.
I mean, it's a country club town.
Oh, forget. Yeah, because they have a pool. I know. I can tell. They're a country club.
And I wonder if anybody even uses the goddamn thing.
Enough people use it where they're making noise.
Yeah.
No, are enough people pissed off even though they don't use it?
Okay.
Well, when you say public pool, what do you think?
I think fun. Some are fun.
I feel like if we had one of these near us as kids, we would have gone all the time.
Like, I can see it for, like, where you grew up.
Oh, I'm sorry. What do you mean by that?
Poor kid. A chubbly, fat boy, all sweaty, with no damn water.
It sounds like you're doing a Stevie Wonder song. His boobs are big and always on his sweaty. Swimming just enough.
But you know what I mean? Like I'm surprised they have a public pool.
I've never thought of public pool as busted. Public pool is busted?
Well, I usually think they have them in towns where people don't have pools because they're expensive.
Well, I was thinking like smaller homes, smaller properties. You know what I mean? Like a more condensed area probably has a public pool, just because your point, like a lot of
Like
people can't
city
even
kids.
fit them in their yards.
No, I know.
Like a city kid's not going to have access to a swimming pool because most, you live in an apartment complex.
No, you're right, and the city has a bunch of public pools.
Yeah,
That
that makes perfect sense.
No, but like Kimmy's right. A town like Brighton, like those homes, as expensive as they are, they're not
Older
spacious.
homes,
There's not a lot of backyards, bro. You drive down the street in front of Brighton High School. All of those homes, they're really nice
Depending
homes.
on where you are in Brighton, yeah.
Yeah, like there's not a huge backyard. Okay, you look at towns like Irondequoit. Like every town that was a post-war town until they started building on the outside of it, you don't have a backyard to put a pool in.
Well, maybe that's when they put it in. That's why it's so old and raggedy.
But okay, it was
I don't
35
know.
years ago.
Yeah,
it was
wasn't that long.
1989.
That was right. We were just wrapping up Vietnam, bro. The boys were coming home.
No, but I am offended that you
What?
think public pool means busted.
Well-
Some of the best times of my life I spent at some pool that everyone was allowed to go to.
Yes. You want to, busted ass town pool.
Busted ass town pool.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why you enjoyed it. Like you were like amazed, like people had access to this stuff, fresh water.
Look, man, that public pool
Yeah.
was a godsend to a lot of people.
Oh, I'm sure it
And it
was.
is definitely Americana. And those public pools were a huge deal back in the day. The public pool was the place to be, and there were a ton of them. And we'll get to it, but you were going to say something, Kimmy. I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna ask. Was there like a membership fee? Like, did you have to pay like a price for the summer to use it? I wonder.
I don't remember that, but I was young. I'm not sure. I don't know. Like, 252 WCMF, do you have to pay to use the pool in
Like, I
Brighton?
don't think it's much, but I do think you had to have some kind of pool pass.
Because, like, there were public pools. They used to be everywhere in Rochester. For example, if you grew up here and you're over, like, 40, you remember the beautiful chaos that was the Seneca Park pool.
Oh.
So it shut down right before you got here. It closed in 91. And I also remember, and maybe I'm misremembering, was there a public pool down by Ontario Beach Park? I remember one as a kid.
Oh,
Do you remember
really?
that, Kimmy? Am I losing my mind?
Where exactly was it?
I feel like it was just off the shore.
Just off the beach?
Yeah,
almost?
but I can't remember. I feel
I don't
like
know.
I've been to a pool
right.
there before as a kid.
Well, I mean, that would make sense back in the day.
Put a pool next to a giant body of water.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
everyone
why
else is
not?
swimming.
Well, because that giant body of water is constantly closed.
I don't remember them closing it much as a kid.
I just don't understand what the hell happened where the public pool went from a fun place for all the kids to be. Because, like, you can go right now. Because I was trying to bring back memories of going to the Seneca Park pool when I was a kid. And they have an article in the DNC from, like, the late 1970s. And it is just jam-packed full of, like, 100 kids.
Yeah.
And it looked like a paradise for an 8, 9, 10-year-old kid.
But, times change, right? And parents do the right. Like, when would your kid have time to go to a pool? Now, zero.
No,
I'll tell you.
Thank you.
Based on your every day you're running around all day, when has your kid got time to go to a pool?
Teenage years, you're probably right. But when they're like little, right?
We have a membership to a public pool.
You never use it.
Yeah, well, we do, actually. We use it a lot. So we live in Henrietta, around the corner from an apartment complex called Riverton Knolls.
Yeah.
Right? And that complex, it's Kodak built it originally.
Oh.
And they put in a pool.
Oh.
So for like $20 a year, our family gets access to this pool, which is within walking distance of our home. And it's great.
Yeah.
It is great. Am I busted? Am I busted?
You come from busted.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes.
Because my kids are living, hanging out, swimming in a public pool. And they love it. They love me taking them out to the public pool. We'll walk up, we'll ride our bicycles, and we'll hang out all day long. Does that make me a busted person? Would you look at my little child in the face?
Busted child.
Call her busted? Her skates are sharp, but never are they dirty.
Stevie Wonder's getting a workout today.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about the town of Brighton. They want to install a splash pad, and that sounds like a great idea. Problem is, they are using the splash pad, at least they want to replace their public pool. They say it's too old, 35 years old. They say it costs too much to fix it with the shape that it's in, and even if they did, it would just be a Band-Aid, so down the road they'd have to put more money in. They also say that all their lifeguards are high school and college kids, so when they go back to school, the lifeguards disappear. All in all, they want it done. Splash pad, more popular, cool. Folks in the town are saying, wait a minute. 1, we didn't do a study. 2, you didn't ask us our opinion. 3, we want the damn pool.
I'm guessing it has to be like the older set that's upset that the pool's going away. Because I would think as a parent, like a splash pad is like the perfect thing for your kids to go run around. You don't really have to worry. You know what I mean? You're not watching them maybe as closely as you would if they're in a pool. But it now eliminates, adults without children, grandparents, whatever, Like, they're not going to go use the splash pad.
You're right, but I think you're also underestimating how valuable a pool is to everybody, not just kids. Because you're right. It was great being a kid running around in the pool.
Yeah.
There are also people that use those pools for exercise.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's going to be the set that's the most upset because, there's not
those lap dicks.
You haven't replaced it with anything they can use.
Wait, are you saying people that exercise in a pool are dicks?
The dick guy is the one that the kids are playing in the pool, but he wants to carve out a lane for himself so he can do his laps.
That's fair.
No, that's a lap dick. It's for the kids. Stand on your own side. They treat it like it's their own personal pool.
They can
like
have they can have one lane. That's not inappropriate.
Oh, excuse me, Phelps.
Kimmy, I hear that everyone who does exercises in a pool is a dick. Like
Well,
I know.
to your point, you don't see it a lot at the public pool.
You do. You just have to be there at the right
lap
time.
dick will show up.
Well, like Kimmy, I know this guy. I know this one guy. Huge dick, right? Like he wasn't even of the age, but he went and took a water aerobics class with a bunch of old ladies.
Is that a thing?
Yeah, is it? I don't know. You tell me. How was your water aerobics class?
It was an adult at night thing.
Adult at night.
It was a water aerobics after dark. Watch out, everybody! Gertrude's wearing her sexy bathing cap. Shut up! You are this guy.
I know.
You took a water aerobics class in your 40s.
Actually, closer to 50. But
Okay, whatever. Still close enough.
yeah.
I mean, I just don't know what the hell happened where the public pool went from the fun place for all the kids
It's obsolete.
to be to a place where people wanted to avoid. Like, what happened? Did more people get their own pools?
Probably pools, other activities. And don't forget, they're probably expensive to operate, to your point.
Okay.
Like, I can imagine, like, with the insurance the town's got to cover in case somebody gets hurt or worse at a pool.
Okay, you bring up the insurance. Brighton brings up the cost of fixing them. I brought up that article a second ago that the DNC did about closing the Seneca Park pool.
You got to maintain it.
At one point, the Seneca Park pool was in such bad shape.
How bad was it?
The story says it was leaking 30 gallons of water, or 30,000 gallons of water a day.
Whoa.
No, not 30,000.
That's what it said. You can look up the article. I
Bro,
swear to
that's
God.
you got full of battleship.
I have the article. It said the pool was leaking 30,000 gallons of water a day, and they just kept
What does a
using
pool
it.
hold?
I don't know. That's what it said.
Like the pool would drain out. Like you just had to constantly have a hose running?
In the 1980s, it said it was leaking 30,000 gallons of water a day.
My God.
But they kept using it.
Yeah. You think that kid would have got sucked out the hole?
I mean, they've been
Yeah, that
tiny
would be a
cracks.
full pool. It's
So
about
every day.
Every day they had to
33,000.
refill the pool.
Yeah.
No, you had to just constantly have water running into the pool.
Yes. I don't know. Was water cheaper back then?
Apparently.
Bro, we live in a community of nothing but fresh water. Keep filling the pool up, baby.
Some of that good Kodak water.
You know, it's also possible that club-style pools have replaced the need for public pools, like places like the YMCA.
Every one of them have a pool.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and then the communities I brought up, because like I said, I pay $20 for my family to go to the Riverton Knolls pool, right? The problem with that, though, if you don't have a Y membership or live in a town that has access to like a pool where you can pay $20, right? You can't use them.
Yeah.
So you are leaving people without a pool.
Poolless. But I'm not going to feel bad for a poolless Brighton child.
Why?
Because they got other, they have means.
There are kids that don't have means. There are
Bro,
bro,
not in that town.
It's an elderly community.
Yes.
And there are lots of people who bought homes in Brighton 40, 50 years ago, right? When it was not astronomically expensive.
No, that's right.
And they live on a fixed income, and that pool is their activity. You're going to take that away from them?
How many of them old farts are still around?
Enough where this is a news story?
No, but the old farts make noise. You know how
Old
old people
farts make
shoot their
noise.
goddamn mouth off?
Yes, that's why we
Yeah.
have this story,
Yeah.
you idiot. I mean, that being said, it doesn't feel like the town government in Brighton is being dishonest.
They sound like they just don't want it
Well,
anymore.
no, that's what I mean. That
Yeah.
would be them being
yeah,
dishonest.
they're done
no,
with it.
Well,
that's
they-
not what I'm saying.
What was that? What are you saying? What are you saying?
I don't think they want to just wipe their hands of it. Because the point they make about the lifeguards, it's been an issue all over the greater Rochester area the last few years.
Coming up short.
Yeah, well, like the city, for example, had to cut back hours and straight up close some places due to lack of lifeguards. And you can put that splash pad in and not have to worry about it.
Yeah.
But if they make this change, I mean, it is a significant change from what we're all accustomed to. And I do feel bad for the kids, and I do feel bad for the adults who won't have access, and the friend experience you get of hanging out at the public pool and bringing a boombox and
Sucks
a cooler.
most for teenagers then, right?
Yeah.
Because like that may have been that
Oh,
one of those
yeah.
few spots where you had a little bit of independence from your parents.
Yep.
That's why they had to drain the pool. And by the way, you talk about the old people.
Yeah.
But you can an old person like my age can join the Y for like $20 a year.
Okay.
Well, they might do that too, and then in the summertime want to be outside.
Oh, boy, my God, you need 2 pools for these people?
Probably.
These people need 2 pools. I guess what
Tony, 2 pools. I need an outdoor pool and an indoor pool, and I'm not going to pay more than $20 a year for it.
It's weird how he's Italian, but he's talking like he's from Cape Cod. I need 1 pool. Hello, I'm Tony 2 Pools. I live on the Cape, and I love pizza pie.
Like, old people are so subsidized, man.
What are you? You're one of them!
Yes.
Mr. Silver Sneakers over there.
Right. They have that program. They got this program. I need my public pool.
I think you are underappreciating the culture that goes away with the public.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's also a valid question, right? And this is not an indictment because there are lots of towns that do lots of things, right? But the reason you live in a town, whatever town you live in, a lot of it, school district's a big thing.
Sure.
Also, what does the town offer me? What do I have? Do I have access?
Raggedy ass old pool where they got to change the filter every day just to get all the skin tags out of it. Just throw them over the fence, let the raccoons gnaw on them.
Oh, come on, don't do that noise.
I know.
Doing the stink lights and everything. No, but I think that there are some communities that sell houses because they have basketball, pickleball courts. They got nice trails.
Nice amenities.
Parents and on their sign says Trail Town USA. Right? That's for a reason.
But the problem is you got to maintain all this crap.
Yes, I understand.
And that's the problem. Like they let it
I
go.
pay my taxes.
You got to say, why did you let it get so dilapidated over these years, and now it costs too much? You either got to dig it up and put a new one in, or change it.
Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. Rick writes us, the reason public pools have gone away is people got their own pools. In the 1960s and 70s, it wasn't common for people to have pools in their backyard. When everybody got them, well, you don't need the town pool anymore. It is weird that Rochester has so many pools for a community that can only use them like 5-6 months a
And how
year.
many pool companies do you see advertised like in the middle of, like the beginning of spring?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But here's the other problem.
What's that?
I'll tell you about.
Oh,
I'll
please,
tell you
don't
something.
point
I
at me,
know.
ladies
I
and
know.
gentlemen.
I bet you every time they wanted to raise taxes to fix the damn
my
thing,
God.
they shot it
Here
in
we
the
go.
ass.
Here we go.
Every time.
Well, if it said
Pool's good. It's on holding on. If it's not losing less than 30,000 gallons a day, it doesn't need to be fixed.
Isn't that insane? Like, what
That
a
is
time in the
very
1980s.
nuts.
The pool doors are made of lead, and the pool's leaking a full pool a day, and we're just going to keep doing it.
Kids getting sucked out the crack.
You got lions in the zoo down the street floating away through the bars. All right, let's take a break. I mean, look, there's stuff to do for the kids in the greater Rochester
Oh, a
area.
ton.
The Strong Museum of Play.
You said it's like number 1 in the country.
It is the official kids museum in America.
Oh, it's like better than Disney.
Yeah, it got some national recognition.
Okay, you're just now in a bad mood. Now you're in a bad mood. No, you're doing this thing where you make a point and you get all fired up and now you're going to crap on. I could have been like, oh, Tommy's getting an award for being the coolest guy on the planet. That idiot. The Strong Museum of Play is putting an interesting exhibit, honoring one of the most popular games in the history of our country.
Wow.
Yes. However, Kimmy, this seems like it was, for a lot of people, a guilty pleasure they kept a secret.
Yeah, I don't think if your buddies weren't also into this, I'm guessing you didn't tell many people that you liked doing it.
So it was a guilty pleasure.
Well, look, let's put it this way. The folks you knew that openly did this, we all made fun of.
Oh.
And the fact that this exhibit exists means, A, the times have changed.
Okay.
And B, the folks that openly go to this thing may be the bravest people in the
These
world.
would have to be older nerds too, right? Or
Oh,
did
it's
this
nerdy.
exist?
Oh, I think it's been going this whole time.
You think?
Go hang out at Millennium Games in Henrietta.
Okay.
We'll tell you what is popping
Yeah,
up.
go there.
All you nerds, hold your breath. Well, not for the whole commercial break, you're passed out, but we'll tell you next here at the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. This is a big deal.
Oh.
What's happening at the Strong Museum of Play? Because we've never seen anything dedicated to this like this before. And the fact that the exhibit exists shows a softening on the folks that participated in this back in the day. But I will say this. You still have to be very brave to openly admit you are a fan of this.
Oh, wow.
You're hanging out at the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we got your chance at your share of $100,000.
$100,000.
Download the free Odyssey app, log on, listen to WCMF on the app, 1 hour each weekday. Get your daily entry for your chance of your share of $100,000 in this national contest. Good luck from your friends on CMF. Big announcement from the Strong Museum of Play yesterday.
What are they saying?
They have a new exhibit coming to town.
Wow.
The exhibit will be honoring the game Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh, my God.
Did you know this year is the 50th anniversary of Dungeons and Dragons?
Wait, it's been 50 years.
50 years of nerds.
I can remember kids playing it. God damn, I'm old.
Yeah, you are. Well, no, it's not. Look, everybody played it throughout the generations.
Yeah.
Like I knew people who played Dungeons and Dragons.
I can remember when the schools wanted it banned.
Satanic.
Yes.
So this museum says that it'll have artifacts, game prototypes, artwork, interactivity, and even a section, as you brought up, on the controversy of the game that it has faced over the years. And
The history of the game.
If you're a big old dork, it opens September 21st and will continue into January of 2025. Is Dungeons and Dragons the nerdiest thing you guys can think of? Can you name a nerdier thing than Dungeons and Dragons?
I don't know what I don't know the new games, so I'm going to say yes.
Okay.
Because every guy I know that did it was a weirdo.
The nerdiest thing that people that aren't nerds would know about.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm trying to think if there have been games that have come along since then that are also nerd games.
Has to be.
Because I kind of thought, and I guess maybe I'm off on this, but I thought like Dungeons and Dragons was big when it first came out with nerds, and then like other things came along, and then it kind of started to come back around again with people trying to almost make it cool.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. So to her point, there is a famous celebrity Dungeons and Dragons game that happens with some of the most beautiful people in the world.
Really?
Vin Diesel, Joseph Gordon-Levitt, Tim Duncan, NBA Hall of Famer.
Wait, they all get together and play?
Yeah, Matt Damon, Ben Affleck. Like these games are like insane. They take pictures of these games every once in a while. So like these are like successful, popular, good-looking people.
But the kids that played it back when I remember looked like that person.
Yes, they did.
Like you just knew, like, yeah, you played this game.
Yeah, no, I'm with you 100%.
Their hair, their acne, the way they dressed had that look.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm
and they were like, I don't want to say abused, but kind of abused.
Well, I mean, like they took a social beating for being in a Dungeons and Dragons.
That's a great way of putting it.
And I think there would be an interesting experiment where. Were they awkward because they played Dungeons and Dragons, or did that personality
Were they just meant to play Dungeons and Dragons?
lead them down to finding Dungeons and Dragons?
I think they found people that they could hang out with.
Okay,
right?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. You found your own community of
They were
nerds.
like soft, smart people.
All right, so in that way, because like even now that all of this stuff is more accepted, like there was a Hollywood movie, it bombed, but it came out, and you know, like there's those games like Settlers of Catan, which is popular now. Josh Allen plays that with Dawson Knox and other teammates.
What was the other one? Is Magic the Gathering a thing too?
Okay, and Pokemon cards are like super popular.
Yeah, but I almost feel like Pokemon was so popular with like every kid at a certain age.
I still looked at the Pokemon kids as nerdy kids when I was a kid. Like my brother collected Pokemon cards for a little while.
I just remember like every kid had them.
Okay,
like every boy in like 2004.
But that could be also a show of how society has changed looking at stuff like this. Because I would still say Dungeons and Dragons has such a nerdy reputation that if you walk into this exhibit openly with like the t-shirt and excited and like bringing friends, I still think you're a brave person because people still use Dungeons and Dragons as a way to make fun of nerds.
Yeah, and if you're
nerds,
if you're an adult dressed like that,
do you think it takes balls to admit you're into this stuff openly?
Especially if you're describing what you just described, like I got that t-shirt and a whole look.
Well, I mean, if you're into it, why would you not?
But
do
I
this?
Because you're not 12.
But I think every hobby has that extreme fan to some extent. I mean, look at the Marvel movies. Look at Star Wars. Like you get adults and they don't really care that you think that they're a weirdo for dressing up. It's like kind of just what you have to do.
Okay, I am jealous of those people.
Having that confidence?
Yeah. I would, yeah.
Yeah, no, you wouldn't. I mean, who would have the confidence to dress like a complete idiot and walk out of the door every day?
Yeah, I would have just like a normal guy.
Kimmy, I think that there's a difference between what you're describing and Dungeons & Dragons. And again, we're talking about Strong Museum of Play. They are opening a Dungeons & Dragons exhibit. It's the 50th anniversary of the game. It opens September 21st. It'll run into January 2025, and it looks, they put out a rendering of it. If you're into this stuff, it looks like it's going to be awesome. You brought up the Marvel movies and things like that. You could be a casual fan of those things. You can sit down and watch a Marvel movie and be like, wow, that was cool, and not want to buy every comic book and all that stuff. And you can wear the T-shirt because you identify with one of the characters, but it doesn't make you a giant nerd. What made Dungeons & Dragons unique, and I think why, Tommy, we looked at those guys a certain way, you have to
fully immerse yourself
in Dungeons & Dragons. Those games take days.
Yeah.
There are characters. I mean, there are games that go on for like weeks and months, right?
Yeah.
And you were also you were the pioneers of these people.
ONs, original nerds.
Yeah, I bet. Don't you think?
Yeah.
How come like certain people who are super fans of like certain video games don't have the same reputation? Because it's the same like immersive, like I'm making my life all about this experience. Some of those guys spent hours and hours and hours playing a certain game.
But we kind of made fun of them too.
Yeah, look.
We had a kid here that loved Grand Theft Auto, and I guess when the next game came out, we found out he started playing on a Friday night, and he didn't stop until Monday morning, and then he came to. He was almost. It was like cocaine. For this kid.
I never saw that as nerdy.
Yeah, like I don't think people see it the same way.
I thought it was like, man. How sad are you?
You know what?
He was married.
Look, I'll go another way. Because you're right. There are some things that were looked at as nerdy initially, and then all of a sudden it was like, wow, this is the greatest thing ever. Because also, I mean, you can attest to this because you were around when they both came out.
Yeah.
Dungeons & Dragons fans were into Zeppelin, and they were into Lord of the Rings.
Yes.
Right? Like, that was all together. That was all nerdy stuff together. And then Zeppelin... It's cool to like Zeppelin. And then a couple years ago, Lord of the Rings, those movies came out. It was cool to be a Lord of the Rings fan. But Dungeons & Dragons still, despite being more socially accepted, never shook that nerddom.
Okay.
Right? Like, you'll have the toughest guys in the world talk about how much they love Zeppelin.
Yeah.
The same, those kids were playing Dungeons & Dragons. Listen to Zeppelin back in the day.
Which was very odd.
Bones writes us on Instagram. I see you guys on hold. Sit tight. 252 WCMF. Dungeons & Dragons and other nerdy things have always been popular. The only thing that's changed is people are more open to accepting it. There's a really good community locally for people like myself who are into it.
Thank God.
Yeah, I guess maybe you could be more open about it when you realize there may have been a time where you thought like it was only a small group of people that were into it, and now that you see that it's widespread and you're connecting with other people like you're more comfortable saying, yeah, that's something I enjoy doing.
You don't walk alone.
Well, it's like what they did in the 80s.
What they do in the 80s?
Nerds Across America.
Oh, yeah, we all held hands.
Yeah, and they had sweaty hands.
And then Reagan had them all arrested.
252 WCMF, we were saying that only back in the day the most social outcasts, weird
Yeah,
people,
it was very socially awkward.
Yeah, that were into Dungeons & Dragons. Ben's on CMF. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good to hear from you, buddy.
So this is, I love playing, well, okay, I don't play Dungeons & Dragons on the board games, but they have tons of Dungeons & Dragons video games, and I absolutely love them. And no, you don't have to dress up as a character or anything like that. That's
Bro, you walk around daily looking like a character from Dungeons & Dragons.
No, that's what I like about it. It's like an escape from reality. That's why I like it, because it's totally disconnected from anything that's going on in like life. Because if I don't know how to explain it, but if you have like a ton of crap going on in your real life, your bills are overdue, or you're behind on rent, or you're getting a divorce, or anything, going and playing that game is an escape from all of that crap, because you get to go be whatever you want to be.
No, I get it, man. I get it. I totally get it.
Yeah.
I totally get it.
But, alcohol do the same thing for you.
Okay, no. Some people need more than that.
Yeah, you're not going to jam. Yeah. I mean, probably 20 years ago when I broke up with a girlfriend, I got super into World of Warcraft because it was a distraction from the pain and hurt of
And why did she leave you?
Well, no, she had already left him. Then he got into World of Warcraft.
Yeah, that's how that works.
No, that was because she was a bitch. But
Okay.
yeah, she sucked.
Ben,
But
listen. I get what you're saying
What's
is right,
up?
and I agree with you. It's not fair because I do the same thing with football and hockey and stuff like that, and nobody calls me a giant dork. And there are other things that people will get into where it's totally acceptable. It's just I don't know what it is about D&D.
What about fantasy sports? That's just as nerdy. It's all stats and everything.
I'm with you. Look, everything you're
Oh,
saying
like
is
fantasy
right.
football?
Yeah, but we've decided as a society that is acceptable. And on Dungeons and Dragons for years, no. Hey, Ben, I'm going to let you go to go do more dorky stuff, but thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate it.
All right, cool. Have a good one, guys.
All right, take care. 252 WCMF. Let's take one more call.
Okay.
From a man we don't already identify as a D&D player. Dan's on CMF. Hey, Danny, you get the last word, buddy. What's up?
Oh, man, I got to follow Ben. This could be a tough call. Hey, you know what brought D&D back? Stranger Things.
The Netflix series Stranger Things, yes.
They were playing this?
Yeah, yeah, the kids were kind of dorky kids.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm too old for that game, but you could see they kind of explain it, during that series. And another game you guys probably didn't think about, and I don't know if you think this is nerdy, Risk. How many people played that for days and days and days?
Yeah, no, I always looked at Risk as those were kids with Dungeons and Dragons who made them watch every speech Ronald Reagan did. You know what I'm saying? That's who played Risk.
Okay.
I mean, no, it was like a kid that was into history. Ben explains
It's a game of world domination.
Ben explains he wants to escape into a world of fantasy. It was like kids that were also dorks but had a stronger grip on reality.
But when I hear Ben talk and I hear these guys, when these guys talk, that's what pornography will do for you. And I know you want to boo-hoo it, but
boo-hoo. I know you want to boo-hoo the pornography.
And,
okay, but these games, they take thought and you're being interactive, and
but
I don't
pornography
think
doesn't.
porn is on the same.
Especially
Well, first of all, I'm not going to talk to you about the porn.
What are you doing,
We
Cosby?
talked about it for an hour yesterday.
Hey, Danny, thanks for the call, buddy. I really appreciate it. Have a good rest of the day.
But how many times have you been looking at porn and all of a sudden, oh my God, there's been an hour that's gone by, and it seems like 10 minutes.
But doesn't that
And
that
I
doesn't
get
seem like a
something
good
out of that.
alternative.
Ben's talking about pining over this girl that he lost, and I would immerse myself in pornography more than I would do.
Yeah, look how you turned out.
Well, look how Ben turned out. At least I get paid to be here.
Dorky coin. No, I think there's a difference between using your brain for strategy and watching pornography. And I'm not boohooing pornography. I just think it's two different things.
I understand that, but one's a better option.
Why though? I guess is my question.
Because it's a release. I literally have a release.
But that's what people would argue about the other thing.
You can't prove it. With me, I can prove it. I got evidence. I am relaxed.
Look at my patch, everybody.
Yes.
Tommy Muley, look at my patch.
You'll never be more relaxed than right after that moment. Can you agree?
What are you, a prosecutor now? Would you agree?
Would you agree right now?
I object! Move to strike with my batch. That's actually oddly the perfect transition.
Wow, you're welcome.
No. This man had a good job. Still has it technically.
Oh, all right.
I mean, because he's only facing accusations. And he may have thrown it all away.
Oh, jeez.
For something that he could go find, as you just described, on the internet. And it's one of these stories, there was no way he can get away with it, right? There was no way all of these women were going to be like, that seems like a normal thing that would happen when I'm trying to come into America from Canada. That being said, past the actual allegations he's facing, this is not just bad for this man, it's bad for all men listening because there's a belief that men are disgusting, every one of us.
Yeah.
Right? It's not true. But the story doesn't help it.
Oh.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Some believe
Yeah.
that all men are disgusting idiots who will wreck their lives if given the chance.
Yeah.
And that's simply not true.
Really?
This story, however, does not help our case because this man has been arrested and, if convicted, will lose his job because he tricked women into showing him something that, if he really wanted to see, could have gotten on the internet and looked at these nonstop, brand new, until the day he died.
Wow.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll jump right into the story.
What happened?
A U.S. Border Patrol agent stationed on the U.S.-Canadian border was arrested yesterday after police say he tricked 4 women into exposing themselves while processing their entry into America.
How did he trick them?
I will explain. The 53-year-old man.
53. Perfect age for creep.
53-year-old man is accused of ordering 3 of those women to show their bare breasts to him during virtual processing for admission to the United States. He told them this was part of the admissions process, that he had to search
Like
them.
he had to check.
Yes.
And he was playing ZZ Top in the background.
So it wasn't even in person. It was a virtual interview.
Right.
Not that makes a difference, by the way.
So 4 women.
So 3 women showed their bare breast. A 4th woman showed him her chest but kept her bra on.
Oh, because she wasn't staying long?
The agent
I'm only coming in for a couple of hours.
The agent told the women that viewing their breasts was a legitimate part of this. Turns out it's not that.
What?
Turns out it's not. And prosecutors say it was only for his own personal gratification. Now, I'm going to read you the charges he's facing.
Yeah.
And it sounds serious. Are you
All
ready?
right.
Yeah.
He's been charged with 4 counts of depriving someone of their constitutional right to be free from unreasonable searches. And
Okay.
I believe this is a federal charge.
All right.
Anytime you see constitutional in a charge, kind of feels like it's bad.
Yeah, all right.
Like, you don't mess with the Constitution, man. And this story is bananas for a couple of reasons. I'm sorry, I have my banana on my mind because I only got to eat half of it in the break. It seems like this guy had a good job,
Yeah.
right? Now, we don't know what being a Border Patrol agent pays.
Probably a little boring.
Okay, sure. But it's a federal job,
Oh,
right?
yeah. It's a sweet gig.
So it probably gets great benefits and it has a retirement. This man is 53 years old. You threw that away potentially to look at bare breasts?
Yes.
Have you not heard of the internet?
Don't you think, though, you don't just start doing this at 53?
Great point.
Like, my question is, like, how many women did this not knowing that, you know, you weren't supposed to? You know what I mean? Like,
Great
that
point.
in the past,
Oh, okay.
maybe he's gotten away with it before.
No, look, that's a totally valid
Yeah.
point. Totally valid point, right? But, like, you would think even, let's say you had been a complete scumbag and gotten away with it before.
Yeah.
You're going to keep doing it? You're 53.
And if I got it right, this was a virtual thing, like they were on camera doing it. Like he wasn't like there
Yes.
talking to him.
Second weird part, not even in-person boobs. Which
Which means there's a video. Like I could see if you pulled up to the window and you did a little flashy flash and you took up, but now there's like video
Documentation.
evidence that I
Yeah.
could see time-stamped when you did this.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah, you would think they document all that, right?
I'm sure
Like,
they
it's
do
saved
because it's
somewhere.
the border.
But even if it's not, I mean, if you have 4 separate women come forward and say these things happened, like, yeah, of course they're going to believe
Yeah.
these women,
Yes.
4 separate women that have no connection to each other, that this one particular guy was like, hey, before I let you in, via computer screen,
Yes.
I got to see your bare breasts. And I guess what I'm trying to figure out here,
Yeah.
right? And whether he saw him in person or whether he saw him virtual, as far as the charges go, doesn't change the charges or how these women feel, right?
Yeah.
But what's the difference between, because this was virtual, seeing these women's breasts and then consensual breasts from an actual porn site?
Yeah.
They're both on a computer screen.
Yeah.
Always go consensual
But
breasts.
it's control. He had control over
Okay.
these women. He could order them to take their tops off. So
It was more
there's-
the fact that he was getting away with something.
getting away, but he could also order you to take your top off. So he probably that was also titillating that he could control these women.
Fair enough. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. But I guess the most mind-boggling part, and Kimmy, you bring up a very valid point about doing things in the past and getting away with it. Eventually, he was going to get caught. Eventually.
But
There's
none of the. Anytime we talk about any story similar to this, they don't think that they're going to.
But
they don't
Kimmy,
care.
But it would take some. Well, you would care here.
I think in the moment you get so caught up in whatever you're doing, you
and
don't
you're
even care.
comfortable doing it, obviously.
Okay, but here's the thing. If he had done that one time, right, I would listen to the argument. I got caught up in the moment. I would still want the guy charged. I would still want that guy fired. I would still think he's a scumbag, but that makes sense to me. He got caught in the moment. Okay. To do it 4 times
Yes.
Yeah.
means you consciously understood what you were doing.
Oh, there's a plan.
And, like, not one of these women after this interview, we're going to Google if that was a normal part of the process. Not one of these women, we're going to mention it to a friend or a family member.
Yes.
And be like, oh, this is weird, right? Like, that's not an everyday thing that you have to take out your breast to get into America.
Yeah.
Especially via computer screen. Like, that's why I want to know, like, what his reasoning was. Because I guess, like, if it was an in-person thing, you could paint it as I have to search, right? Like, I got to search everything. Sure. But via computer, like, I want to know how he got them to do, like, what his reasoning was for why he needed them to do that.
So it said processing. Was there a point where people were only being looked at via screen during, like, COVID? Well, no, because they weren't crossing the border.
Right.
Unless they
Everything
were
was
crossing
shut down.
Well, there were some people that were allowed to because of family and stuff. I don't know. I don't know the details there. Okay. So you obviously feel for these women. Right?
Yeah.
But this story is also a kick in the scrot to all men. Because it makes every single one of us look like perverted idiots who do nothing but scheme all day for our own sexual
boys.
Yes, thank you. Tommy, you say all the time men are pigs.
Yeah.
You say that all dads will one day burn in hell. And you're wrong. You're wrong. You are. There are tons of good men out there.
Oh,
I would
good
argue
men.
No, I would argue the overwhelming majority of men are good men.
Are good men.
Am I wrong?
You're absolutely right. But we haven't tested all men.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Every guy's a good guy till you get tested.
Oh,
I could say my house is really strong, but I haven't seen it get hit by a storm yet.
okay.
When the winds blow, who's left standing?
Here's what bothers me.
Does
You,
it blow
you
off all
think
the
all
ladies'
men
tops?
could be tempted?
Oh, absolutely. Not even say they all take it, but they get close.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
from a personal standpoint,
Mm-hmm.
the fact that this story sets the idea that not all men are scumbags on fire really bothers me, because anytime you want to go, no, not all guys are like this, someone's going to point to the story and go, this perv just like the rest of the pervs. They're all
Bob's
pervs."
out there with the flash pan.
And he's one of us and he's doing this
Yeah,
stuff. Shut up. He doesn't even know what he just said.
Border Bob?
252 WCMF, a 53-year-old U.S. Border Patrol agent stationed on the Canadian border has been arrested after police say he ordered 3 women to show their bare breasts and 1 woman to show her bra while processing them virtually into the United States. He has been charged with 4 counts of, and I quote, depriving someone of their constitutional right from free and unreasonable searches. The age is throwing me, because I know you guys said 53.
That's like the perfect age to me.
I disagree. A 25-year-old doing this would be just as bad. Don't get the wrong impression. But you don't expect a man at 53 that has that kind of life experience not to understand how disturbing this is. Because that man has a mother. That man could be married. That man could have daughters.
Oh,
that
sure.
man has interacted with women for 5 decades on this earth.
Yeah.
How do you not understand how disturbing that is?
As
Well,
a man,
you're smiling. Why are you smiling?
Well, I'm just thinking.
she answers the phones.
No, that is true. I'm just thinking, like, think of coworker. I think everybody's worked in a place where they had a weird coworker that you just wonder, like, how does this guy not get it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Dense.
I just.
Well, no, it's not dense. It's not dense.
Well, I mean, like, to her point, like, they just don't get it.
Yeah, like
They don't
it's like,
see
why
it.
would
They're
you say
dense.
that? Why would you? You know,
Like,
I
they've
don't
been
know.
exposed to, like, other things, and they just,
Yeah, they don't realize nobody else is doing this.
Or they don't care.
Maybe
It's also that.
It could
or
be
they're
that.
arrogant. They
I
think
think
they're
it's
never going to get
arrogance
caught.
too.
Or
Yeah.
I'm just being funny. I'm
People
doing
love
a joke.
me.
Just doing the booby joke.
Yeah, it's a booby crossing. Come on in.
I don't know, like, with all the relationships you've had at that point in your life, places you've been, people you've seen,
Yeah.
that wasn't enough to make you stop and go, wait a minute, what am I doing here?
Yeah,
To see a pair of breasts?
I know.
To see a pair of breasts? You can go to a strip club. They'll let you touch them sometimes.
Oh, yeah. Well, you watch your ass.
Well, I mean, it depends. Like, don't do it without permission.
Yes.
Don't do it without permission.
Bring money.
Yes, lots of money.
But I do think a part of this is power.
I think you're right there.
I'm going to control. I am in a position of authority. I can order you to do this, and oh my gosh, she's doing it.
I understand.
And after he did it once, he figured out, oh my God, women will do this.
Okay, all right.
Not all women, but I'll find some.
I get what you're saying. But there also may have been women that said no. Like, how do you spin
And
out
how
of that?
and you know, to your point, how he didn't get reported then. Like if somebody said that, of course not. I'm turning you in, and it didn't happen until they actually raised their shirts.
Unless every single one of them that he asked did it. Which brings us to another question, and not just for women, for men as well. We'll get to that in a second. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Paul. Hey, Paul, how are you, brother?
Not too bad. How you guys doing?
Good, bud. What's up?
So I used to work, years ago when I was fresh out of flunking out of college. I followed this chick up to the Adirondacks. She was going to school up there, and I had nothing else to do, so I went up there, and I had to get a job, and I got a job at a family-owned farm market. And there was 4 brothers and a father that started it, and one of the brothers ran the farm market that they had in Plattsburgh, and his name was Regan, but everyone called him Goat Cheese. And he was one of the worst people that I've ever had to be around. And one time I took my glasses off because I came out of the cooler and it was hot and my glasses were all steamed up, and he drew penises on the lenses of my glasses with a permanent marker. Now hold on.
You gotta give me a minute.
Give us a second. You can't, Paul. You can't drop that and say, "Hold on." I'm sorry. No, I'm laughing.
I wonder where he's going with goat cheese.
It's worse. I led with the easy part.
Wait, it gets worse.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
So, this was in the time of CDs. Before the iPhone and all that, and I had this giant book of CDs. Duffy, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And he took it upon himself to relabel a lot of these CDs that were like mixed CDs that I had made myself, so they were like blank CDs. And he, reworded them with said permanent marker, and I'm not going to repeat them on the radio, but there was a bunch of other, statula on the, he was very good with drawing the penis.
All right, so you're saying
all over everything.
So is this, in your opinion, is this a power thing because it's Dan over the business, or is this he does not understand social cues from anybody else?
Yes, he is a deviant, and
an artistic one.
He should be locked away. And like when they used to castrate people that were like they couldn't get it, that's that type of individual that he needs a lobotomy type of thing because there's just no saving it.
That took an intense turn, but I appreciate the story, Paul.
Or just stay away from permanent markers.
I have ever since. It's terrible.
Paul, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
When he said goats,
my mind went to a very bad place.
Yes.
I'm with you. It's also, I would be so livid if someone permanent marked a penis on my glasses. I also would have a hard time laughing if I walked into a room where he was freaking out that there's penises on his glasses. Does that make us bad people?
No.
It might make us bad people.
It just makes us people.
So going back to the actual story here of this, again, U.S. Border Patrol agent accused of getting 4 women to lift their shirts up, 3 of them with bare breasts, during a virtual processing, where he was working. Again, he's facing charges of violating their civil rights, constitutional right to unreasonable searches. It makes you wonder what you would be willing to do if you were pulled aside at the border.
Oh.
Because we've all been there, right?
Sure.
Because, you need to cross for whatever reason. You're not there just, I guess it could be there just on a day trip, but I'm guessing most people are going with a purpose.
Whenever you go, whatever the reason, Kimmy, there is this weird anxiety going into Canada or coming home. Because you are doing nothing wrong.
And
you think you're worried about what you could be doing wrong in that moment.
But there's nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
And when you were, in that line, you are a ball of nerves. You're practicing the answers to the questions you know are coming.
Don't look guilty.
Yes, you're praying you get somebody nice. I mean, Tommy, in all sincerity, if they pulled you out of line, brought you into one of those interrogation rooms, you would do almost anything they told you.
Yeah.
Like if they told you, take off your
down.
Yeah, take your pants off, take your boxers off. I want to see your penis and lift your sack.
Yeah, why not? I usually do that for him anyway. I'll tell you. So let's say I'm going to Toronto because I'm taking a flight out.
Okay.
And I've got like 3 hours to get across the border into Toronto and catch that flight. And they told me you had to pull out your penis or you're going to miss your flight. I'm pulling out my penis to get on that flight.
I'm with you. And I don't even think I would afterwards Google if and even if it was a problem, and I know it's different for men and women based on the power dynamic, right? Even if I found out I probably would just let that go.
Oh, I'm not even saying nothing.
You know
man.
what I mean?
I want to catch that flight.
Well, that's what I wonder, which is why you'd feel confident that you could get away with something like this, because most people just may think, oh, well, I guess, this is part of the...
how Canada does things.
This is part of the process. I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. With that being said, you don't have to expose yourself to cross the border. Don't do that either. If we are in business for one thing...
What's that?
Save you money.
Oh, yeah.
Not you, because you're not going to do this. But what if I told you you could save $70 a month maybe multiply that times 3 or 4 by doing one simple thing. And I say it's simple.
Is it embarrassing?
No, it's
busted?
not. It's super.
But you said I wouldn't do it.
Well, one, it's too much work. Two, you'll think this is embarrassing. But nobody knows this. Nobody understands that we are way overpaying for this everyday thing without realizing it.
Okay.
The question is now when you figure it out, do you change? We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Budget and save.
Okay.
People do it with everything.
Yeah.
Tommy, your wife will drive to 3 grocery stores to save just a few dollars.
Yeah.
There are people listening that will drive 2 towns over to save 10 cents on gas. So it's not like the average person would leave thousands of dollars a year on the table for no reason, right?
Thousands of dollars.
10NBC says we are all doing just that. Because no matter how tight you are with a buck, it seems that some of us don't care how much we spend on this.
Am I aware that I'm bleeding green?
No. The question is, will you change?
Oh, I'm a big change guy.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. I mean, you hit this, you don't have to change at all.
What's that?
Well, we got your chance at your share of $100,000.
$100,000.
Download the Odyssey app, log in, listen to CMF on the app 1 hour each weekday to get your daily entry for your chance of your share of $100,000. It is a national contest. Good luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. 10NBC says you are paying way too much for your cell phone.
Oh.
Did you know?
What's that?
Almost 3/4 of Americans have unlimited data plans. You have an unlimited plan?
I think so, yeah.
Kim, you have an unlimited plan?
Yes.
I have an unlimited plan.
I didn't think it's kind of
common, right?
Yeah. I would just think.
I heard over 3/4 of Americans have
I would think if you don't, like, you're paying more.
Well, you think that, right?
Yeah.
Well, it turns out you're stupid.
I know. I guess so.
What happened?
Well, only half of us that have unlimited data plans use more than 15 gigs of data a month. Those unlimited plans cost you $90 a month. Can cost you $90. Where a limited data plan that you wouldn't blow past is as low as $20 a month.
Oh.
That's $70 a month per line.
So I'm better off like pay as I go than take a blanket plan.
Not pay as you go. It's not like prepay cell phone. You can buy a 20 gig plan per month that will cost you as low as $20. Right? You're not going to get the unlimited, but if you're not using 15 gigs, there's no use. So there's a website called Whistle Out. Think of it as like Priceline for cell phone plans. You can compare and contrast which one is right for you. And this website says that for most people, not only are we way overspending on our phones, for some reason, we don't care.
Yeah.
We don't want to deal with the details. We all think we're using more data than we actually are, and because of that, we just pay what they tell us, and we go away. You guys are guilty of that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where I've had it this long. I don't feel like changing it up, so I don't. And I always wonder, or maybe I've just convinced myself of this. Is the grass greener on the other side? Probably not.
If I go over, am I going to get whacked? But here's the bigger problem.
What's that about?
I ain't got to do a goddamn thing.
What is that?
I'll give them my $90 just so I don't need the headache. My wife will get on the phone, will do her research, and then we're going to be sitting in some Verizon store on a Tuesday afternoon waiting in line to figure this thing out. And I hate that.
Okay.
I hate going to the cell phone store. Unless I'm
I
getting
hate going to the cell phone store.
Unless I'm getting a new phone, I don't want to go in there. It's the same thing with the cable TV. Like, she's constantly fighting me on the cable.
What are we doing, Roseanne right now?
No,
What is
but
this
it's
like
like
94? I hate the cable TV. I hate going to the cell phone store.
I don't mind the actual system, and I don't mind overpaying for it because I don't like dealing. And I know it's set up to be aggravating, so that it keeps people away.
Okay, so I want to point this out to you just real quick, all right? So if it's $70 a line you could save per month, that's $140 a month. Times 12, that's almost $1,600.
Yes. I know.
$1,600 cash money that you are leaving on the table because you don't want to sit in a cell phone store on a Tuesday.
Well, and unless like I'm having issues with my service or with my cell phone,
glitch.
I'm probably not going to mess with it. Okay. You know what I mean? Like, I'm probably not going to change services if it's cheaper if the one I have right now is working fine.
Kimmy, $1,600.
Yeah.
In your pocket. You can go out and buy a real pretty dress with that.
And sit on a hill.
Hill sitting dress wearing Kimmy. Not worth it.
So the only reason for me it would not be worth it is there was a moment in time when my husband and I were dating where he had switched services.
Okay.
And the communication between the two of us was so frustrating because he lost service. He went with like a cheaper service. He lost service all the time. Like he would all of a sudden.
That was really tough for him.
Well, I would all of a sudden
He set up for the Paradise Plan?
I'd all of a sudden get like 10 of the same messages, like bam, bam, bam. Like he would be frustrated because he couldn't communicate with anybody. He was the green text message guy if you're somebody that has an iPhone.
Yeah. All right. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. With this knowledge and the story on 10NBC that we all may be paying $70 more per line than we need to a month on our cell phones. What do you spend money on that you don't pay attention to? Because most everybody does it. You don't need it. You don't want to know the details. Here is the money. Just give me my thing. And I'm going to answer yours for you. You don't even have to talk this break anymore. You're welcome, America. It's Wegmans for you.
What do you mean?
What you spend money on without even realizing it. It's Wegmans.
Well, no, it's all in the bag.
You buy lunch at Wegmans every day?
Not every day.
How many days a week?
Few.
But you go to Wegmans every day.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I'm getting something.
Do you get prepared food at Wegmans at least 4 times a week?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
That's like a house a year.
No, it's not.
Bro.
It is not.
So would you say
It's like eating at a restaurant.
Yes. Would you say you spend $80 a week on prepared food at Wegmans?
Oh, yeah. Don't even get me started with the liquor store.
Like the liquor store, fine. Like you need that. That's
I
expensive.
mean, I drop $200 a month at the liquor store.
Okay, but look, I want to be like, wow, but I've known you so long. It's like, oh, good, you're cutting back. What I'm getting at is that $80 to $100 you're spending on prepared food a week, you could spend $10 with food you're making at home.
$10 worth of it. Look at me. I'm eating at home.
You're saving $70
I
a
only
week.
got so much time left on this planet.
Oh, my
Give me
God.
some goddamn Brussels sprouts that taste like that.
Would you like to see what you actually spend?
No.
Because if you
You
admitted
do
it,
this crap
if you
all the
admit-
time.
What?
You stole $500,000 you spent at the booze store. You could own 10 jet skis. I don't want to know. And by the way, I'm keeping the economy afloat.
Oh, my
if everybody
God.
went home and made their goddamn sandwich, McDonald's would be closed.
What the hell are you talking? No, McDonald's is a quarter of the price of what you're spending, and it's still expensive. Kimmy, what is your thing?
What do you
do not
think?
pay attention. You're just spending the money.
You know
It's
what
got to
it is.
be what? What do you think
No,
it is?
go ahead, go
no,
ahead.
I want to know what you think it is.
It's the booze.
No,
That craft beer.
no, I was gonna say streaming services.
That's a good one.
Because I was even just thinking it happened yesterday. Tommy
Right.
was telling me about a new show he was watching. I said, "Which app is that?" He said it. I was like, "Wow, I haven't opened that one up in like 2 months, even though I'm paying for it."
But you're missing out.
But I'm so afraid to give it up just in case some new show comes out that
Yes.
everybody's talking about, even though I rarely ever use it.
So my basement TV will log us out of streaming services
Yeah.
we haven't used in 4 weeks or more.
Yeah.
And it is a real
Right. You
eye-opener.
realize you're only really
Oh.
maybe using 2 or 3 normally.
Yeah, but then like she says a really cool show comes back on. I go, because my wife will do like, I want to get rid of Hulu. I said, but you like that show? And, oh, well, okay.
You're like
we're
the
gonna
worst.
keep it.
You're the worst influence on everybody in your life. Do you know that?
Well, somebody's got to do it.
No, like everybody wants to do the right thing, save money, be kind. You're like, hey, why do that when you could be a dick and spend money all the time? I'm Tommy.
But
Let
that's
me
what
also spending your money.
What else are you going to do with your money?
But you could, if you were to make food at home, you could take that money and
It
spend it
doesn't
on more
taste the
streaming
same.
services.
Like you can make something, man, like when you try to make something, it's good, but it ain't
Well,
like how they do.
Yeah, but you got that new Blackstone grill. I would
Ooh,
think
Tommy
like that
Blackstone.
would replace.
Now we bought that
a lot of those
Blackstone,
stuff.
and I got rid of the grill, right? And I got this thing. I will say, I use it all the time. Like if the weather's nice, we grill out every night.
except for lunch.
They call
Yes.
them Tommy Stones.
Oh yeah, for many reasons. But yeah, but I spent the money, so now we can have delicious grilled fish.
No, but you spent the money, but you're still
you're
spending
still
the
spending.
money
Yeah,
at
yeah.
Wegmans on prepared food.
Only on lunch.
252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about the story on 10NBC this week that 3/4 of Americans have unlimited data plans, and we don't need them. Half of the people that have unlimited data plans don't use more than 15 gigs of data a month. Those unlimited data plans can cost you $90 a month. If you're using 15 gigs or less, that should be a $20 bill, and you can go get those plans. But this website, who figured this out, said, one, people don't know. People, two, when they find out, don't care. They're just lighting money on fire. Lighting money on fire. You know, it can be hard to come up with that thing that you spend money on and don't care for yourself, but it's easy to point it out in your partner. Because if you're in a relationship, you know right away that thing that they are not paying attention to, that they are spending money on, and it drives most of us nuts.
Yeah.
Even though they feel the same way about what you're doing with your thing. Like, Kimmy, what does your husband spend money on without thinking that drives you insane?
Probably beer.
Okay.
Just because he's a regular. I mean, he has beer every night, and I know like
But I get
sometimes
it.
sometimes he'll splurge on
I'm going to drink her pretty.
on
I'm going to drink her pretty is my favorite of Arkansas
She gonna look
song.
like one of them gals from Big City.
In a pretty dress on a hill.
Hill.
Kimmy on a hill leading pretty dress.
like we have a drawer of beers in our fridge that he didn't
Goddamn.
drink, that he bought, but he didn't like it, so it sits there.
Yeah.
And then we end up dumping it out.
And he's
at
into
the
that
end of it.
expensive craft beer, too.
Yeah.
Where it's like you get 4 cans.
Like
and they're
every
a foot
once
tall.
in a while, he'll try something new, and
Doesn't make the
it
cut.
just doesn't work out.
Okay, so like you could make a trade-off, right? Because if that bothers the hell out of you, you could trade off with your husband and be like, look, we're not using these streaming services. I'm willing to give these up. And that way, one, you're both taking a little bit of hurt. You're both taking responsibility. And you're saving double the money, potentially, because you're both making a sacrifice. Does your wife spend anything on money that drives you nuts?
Oh, yeah.
Spend money on anything. Okay, what is it? Give me one.
First of all, clothes.
Oh, I thought you were going to say divorce lawyers that keep
Divorce
showing up.
lawyers. No, I mean, number one for women, it's going to be clothes, makeup,
but you
jewelry.
have the same. I would think
Also-
like you would understand that. I'm not even saying that as a dig. Like you
No,
are
I
somebody
know,
that
I
really
know.
invests in their wardrobe.
I know.
I would think you wouldn't have a problem with her spending that kind of money.
I bought some clothes the other day.
See?
Just showed up.
All right, so if your wife said, listen, I will stop spending on clothes if you start eating lunch at home, would you take that trade-off?
No, shop away, man.
And that's what's so...
I'm gonna die. You don't get when they put you on the ground. They don't go, man. You really stuck to that budget. Thank you, sir.
What are you waiting for?
I don't know.
Blow your budget and die
Jesus.
already. No, but like what you brought up and what we're discussing here has to be the biggest reason folks end up spreading themselves too thin financially. We go purchase for purchase with our partners.
Yeah.
And you'll see them spend money on something that maybe you can't afford and you'll get frustrated. But at the same time, in your head, you'll start thinking, well, now I can go and get this thing that I wanted that I thought was
Well,
too
she's
expensive.
having fun. I should have some fun.
Exactly. So instead of both you and your partner pulling back and saving money, you're actually spending double now than you should have in the first place. And somehow in all of our heads, that makes perfect sense.
But I also do this thing where I justify what I spend because I don't do other things that other guys do.
Yeah.
I don't have expensive hobbies. I'm not golfing.
No.
I don't hunt. I don't fish.
No, you just buy super high-end imported clothes, prepared foods every single day, $200 a week on alcohol.
Not a week on alcohol. Jesus Christ.
I don't know what you're into.
I'd have a Russian liver, for God's sakes. No, but I don't do all those other things guys do. So I figure, like, it's justified.
It would be less expensive for you to golf than it would be to dress yourself every morning.
No. How much? Golf's expensive.
Bro, how much did you spend
Man,
on those?
to be a country club guy?
No, you can just go play on public courses. How much you spend on those Japanese socks?
Well, I screwed up
How
because
much did you spend? How much did you spend on the Japanese socks?
I didn't know the number was in yen because I thought I was getting them for a deal. Turns out yen is a lot.
How much were the socks?
In actual dollars,
Yes.
they were $67.
For one-
I didn't know
for
that.
one
I
pair of
didn't know.
socks.
Shipping.
That's 3 greens fees on a public course for one pair of socks.
All right.
That's a greens fee and a half per foot.
I didn't know.
Well, now you do.
Yeah. And I also know how much yen is. I have no yen for my yen.
I'm sorry we have no yen. All right, well, if you're saving money, you could take like nice little trips out with your partner.
Oh, yeah, but then you're spending money.
Well, I mean, something like the Colonial Bell would be worth it.
Oh,
So we told you the other day that the Colonial Bell all of a sudden stopped working in the canal a couple nights
Lost
ago.
power, I
Yes,
guess.
yeah,
Yeah.
you got it. And it sucked because the people on the boat had to be rescued via ladder and cherry picker from the fire department.
and it was tough to
Hours
communicate with
later.
them, and to find out what was going on board the boat.
Kimmy's right. It was hours later.
Yeah.
And we were laughing like, how could something like this go wrong?
Yeah.
It turns out, based on the evidence, might have been sabotage.
Who's doing? That's the lowest in sabotage of all time.
Look, I'm with you, but
Really?
what other reason would this have happened?
Wow.
We'll tell you the story, at least what they out here saying.
All right.
Next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. So we laughed at the story a couple days ago.
We did?
And I mean, we can be forgiven, right? It's kind of funny when like
Oh,
this
yeah.
big fancy boat in a big fancy town all of a sudden has a big fancy problem. But it turns out that
Yeah.
it may not have been what we thought it was.
Really?
It might have been sabotage.
Saboteur.
I'm telling y'all.
Really?
You're hanging out in the break room. Kimmy got that. You're just staring at me like an idiot. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. By the way,
Yeah.
you can log on to the contest page, WCMF.com.
Oh, what am I going to get?
Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Jason Bonham's Led Zeppelin Evening coming to the Kodak Center December 23rd. Tickets are on sale in 1 hour and 6 minutes. Ticketmaster.com, 10 a.m. Good luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. So if you missed the show a couple of days ago, the Colonial Bell, which you can describe it better than I can.
It basically lost power.
Well,
so
no, I mean
it
the
was-
boat itself, for those who don't know.
So it's that big tub you see going down. It's a tour boat, but it's huge.
Yes.
It's not the Sam Patch. And it's usually packed full of people. It looks like it shouldn't even fit down the canal.
You see it most of the time in Pittsford and in Fairport.
Yeah.
So earlier this week, they were out for an evening cruise
Yeah.
when all of a sudden a 911 call was placed by a neighbor on the sheriff's
Yeah.
shore saying the boat's stuck.
It was a May Day. They set up a flare.
Witnesses were saying, don't say that because people are going to believe it.
I know.
Did you hear on the break room? They were flaring at the
They
bell.
lost Jack.
Don't let go. There were witnesses that showed other boats were bringing them gasoline. So we
Yeah.
thought they ran out of
Yeah.
gas.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
There was just some simple solution.
So eventually they were able to get the boat to a dock. But the problem was there wasn't a dock that could fit the Colonial Bell.
Right, it's
So-
huge.
Couldn't
so
get everybody off.
You got it. People on the boat then had to rely on the fire department to use a ladder and cherry picker to get them off one by one. And that took until 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah. But the band played on.
We laughed, thinking, oh, they screwed up.
Yes.
They've done an investigation this week. And according to a story on News 8,
What did they say?
the investigation reveals the boat may have been tampered with.
Really?
Dun, dun, dun.
That's good. They
So
say
somebody would mess with the engine?
they say that someone unscrewed a valve, which
Oh.
poured gasoline into the water.
Oh.
That's how they lost the gas.
Oh, so
and-
the gas. Oh.
Yeah, you got it. And that's why they couldn't figure out what the hell was going
So
on.
that
It was
valve
just.
couldn't have come unscrewed on its own?
It says it looks like somebody unscrewed
Unscrewed
the
it,
valve.
okay.
I am going with News 8. Believe it or not, I am not a boat engine mechanic.
Okay.
All right. So with this knowledge, and it
Yeah.
makes perfect sense, right? Like they were pouring
Yeah.
gasoline into this thing, and like, why the hell is it not working? Oh, it's dumping out into the canal,
Yeah.
which also sounds like a problem.
Yeah.
But that's a whole other discussion. If it is sabotage, who would want to sabotage the Colonial Bell?
So you'd have to have an issue with the bell.
Yeah.
Or the people that run the bell.
Yeah.
The bellers.
A bell beef, if you will.
So it could be fired employee,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, because you'd have to know the boat.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I was
Inside-
going to say kids, but that sounds too sophisticated for a kid.
Yeah, right. I mean, you're going to get into, and how would you know which thing to unscrew
Right.
to
Right.
really f things up?
I'm going to say disgruntled employee.
Really?
It would make the most sense.
That's the accusation you're going to toss out there.
Yeah.
All right. So there is someone who was let go from the Colonial Bell that wanted the bell to burn, a burning bell.
By the way, they could still be disgruntled and working there.
Oh, but no, if you're getting paid,
Yeah.
then now you're stuck
Yeah,
on the
that
boat.
No, but you're not getting paid enough. You hate this place.
Yeah,
It's
but
a
this is
season-
going to make
by the
your
way,
night longer.
Yes.
It's a seasonal job.
Okay.
I don't know.
No, but I'm with Kimmy. Like, I don't want to be, if I hate this place, I don't want to be.
To be a stressful
Now.
situation.
Something else you're not thinking of. Because y'all
What's-
ain't nautical.
That,
Oh, no.
Captain Tommy.
Y'all ain't nautical. Put that on a t-shirt, sell it at the rock shop.
Now, that bell takes up a lot. It has a wide berth, takes up a lot of the canal. If I'm a boater and I'm constantly getting stuck behind that thing, or it takes
Yeah.
up so much goddamn room when I'm trying to dock,
Okay.
I hate that goddamn boat.
Okay.
Because it doesn't fit the canal. So you
know,
could
you
be
keep saying this. It doesn't fit the canal. Like
It's
you
too
would-
big.
How long has it been around for, though?
forever, but it shouldn't be in that canal. It's
You've
too goddamn
admitted
big.
that you love watching it go by.
I do, because I'm not a boater.
But you have a love-hate relationship with the bell?
Oh, absolutely. If I was a boater, I'd hate that goddamn
Okay.
thing. Because like I got to move over because it's so goddamn big.
It's a big boat.
So I could be a disgruntled boater thinking, I'm gonna square with these two
Okay.
or
But-
three or how many people.
bunch
Oh,
of bells.
Captain Bell.
Okay, but that boater would also have to have knowledge of the engine
Well,
of
they
the
would
Colonial
because they
Bell.
would know how
Bro,
boat standard boat
There's a
work.
difference between like the engine on the back of your like whatever and an engine that powers a Colonial Bell.
No, but I'm saying like they're pretty standard stuff, so they may be
you
familiar
don't
with
know
how.
that. You don't know that.
Yeah,
You do not know
if I've got an inboard boat,
Uh-huh.
And probably the fuel release valve is probably about the same. You're just mad because I know boats.
Bro, I know for a fact you have no idea what the engine for the Colonial Bell looks
I
like.
don't.
I also know for a fact there's no way standard boating guy could understand the engine of a boat if he walked up and looked a boat like the Bell.
I think they can.
Oh, in that case, you're probably right. You're an idiot.
Don't forget, there's all kind of boats on that canal. There's huge cabin cruisers
But
on
how
that
easy is it
canal.
to get to that part of the boat?
Without anyone seeing you.
Yeah.
You do it at night. You just go out on your skiff.
Okay.
Like some of these boats have skiffs
I
on
don't
the back
even
of
know
the
what a
boat.
skiff
No, they
is.
don't. Not on a canal.
Yes, they do.
They have separate, smaller boats to get to shore.
You have a
that's
skiff.
5 feet away.
You have a skiff that hangs off the stern of the boat. It's just a little
skiff off the stern, Kimmy. Which,
I
if
do.
you do that in public, you're going to get arrested. You skiff off your stern.
You know I'm right.
Bro, you would not have
cracked
a
it.
skiff. You would not have a smaller boat.
Yeah.
You just
It's
made a
not
joke.
you
just made a joke
Yeah.
about them having to shoot a flare off because they were so close
Yeah.
to shore, and now you got them using separate vessel to
Yeah.
get to the Colonial
Yeah.
Bell. Oh, sorry, I said separate boat. What were you going to say? What is it?
It's a skiff.
It's a skiff. What's a
Yeah.
skiff? Describe
It's-
skiff.
A skiff would be like something under 10 foot that you would use to till yourself and to just get yourself
Jeez,
back and
Lord.
forth.
Yeah, he knows nobody
We
understands.
need like real boaters to call in and fact check.
And he knows he screwed up, so he's saying words that he knows we don't understand. In fact, he could be making all this up. I'm not even
You
sure
need to
that
use
these
the
terms are
skiff to
correct.
till around to get to the
Thank
other
you.
boats.
No, it sounds like he's just
I
naming.
was just making that up.
It sounds like he's naming peanut butters is what he's doing. 252
Oh, the
WCMF.
Jiffy skiff.
Oh, yeah. Those are expensive, though. Jesus.
We're talking about, again, earlier this week, the Colonial Bell all of a sudden stopped working in the middle of the canal, and we started laughing because we thought, what did you guys do to screw this up? People were stuck on the boat till 1:30 in the morning and could not get off without the help of the fire department's ladder and cherry picker. Well, it turns out, according to News 8, an investigation revealed somebody may have messed with the boat. Bless you. An unscrewed valve was pouring gasoline into the water, which makes sense because they were trying to put more gasoline in the engine.
Yeah.
All right, so you're saying no punk ass kids. You're saying potential disgruntled employee. You're saying potential angry boater.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't thought of the most diabolical, controversial.
Who would that be?
Another boat tour.
Oh, but there's only
How many
Oh, no, there's more than you
competitors are out there?
There
It's a Sam Patch.
I'm
What
going to
else?
say there are 5 canal boat tours.
In that area?
Well, I mean, the canal's not that long.
Yeah.
Right?
That's the only two I know of.
Can you Google Rochester Erie Canal boat tours?
I mean, they had those rental boats you can do.
No, I mean, I'm telling you, people that will like drive you around and they'll do. I think there's more than just the Sam Patch and the Colonial Bell. There's
am
a
not
Colonial
familiar.
Patch,
Oh, the Colonial Patch.
which is what they called your mother's pubic hair. A lot of men down there. We lost a lot of good men in that Colonial Patch.
Did it leak anything?
Yeah, they couldn't find a valve to fit it. Anywho, I mean, is there like a big time rivalry with the canal?
I can't imagine.
Tour boats? Well, I mean, look, there's only so many people to go around that want to take these trips,
Yeah.
right? And like you said, both of these boats are big boats, so they have to be aware of each other when they go
Mm-hmm.
out, right? Are there like separate schedules that they have to follow based
I would
on?
assume they'd have to just to get around.
Yeah, could like the Sam Patch and the Colonial Bell move on side by side in the canal?
Probably not in all areas of the canal. Because some of it gets narrow, some of it gets wide.
Again, like you don't have to answer the question. You can just go, I don't know. We can ask Kimmy. Like you just feel this need to answer questions you have no idea about. Why do you do that?
Some of that canal's tight.
Shut up.
You got to squeeze it in.
Squeezing that canal.
Oh, yeah.
Kimmy, how many tour boats do we have in the Greater
Okay,
Rochester area?
so I'm
on the
going to
canal?
read you like the top 5.
5.
I told you.
There's the Sam Patch,
Sam
the
Patch,
Colonial Bell,
Colonial Bell.
the Rivery the Rivery Tour Boat,
Okay.
Cornhill Waterfront Navigation Foundation.
That's
which
on
is-
the that's
That's
on
on
the,
it's on the river.
The river though.
They
I'm
list
guessing
it
the
here.
Rivery is also that.
No, that
the
one's
river?
no. It's in Pittsford. It looks like
I didn't
it's
heard
The
of it.
Rivery on the Erie Canal.
Rivery
It's not-
Tour Boat.
Wouldn't it be more appropriate to be the Canalery?
Yeah, I don't. Maybe that. I think that goes on the. Anyways, the Erie Canal Adventures boat rental service. That's a rental
That's
service.
that's the boats you.
Look, you just
That's
trying
not a
to get
tour
in,
boat.
you just trying
I don't
to
know,
really
like,
save
there's-
Is that a
your
tour
ass.
boat?
You're trying to save your ass.
I'm just reading like the companies they list when you type in Erie Canal boat
Okay.
tour.
No, I'm telling you, there's more than just those two. I love how you think that things only exist because they're in your town. Like anything that's not in your town.
Well, you just think it's a Busted Gates boat tour?
Spencerport, Brockport?
No,
yeah.
your town.
Well, I mean,
But it has
Gates-
part of the canal. By the way, y'all got the nasty part of the canal.
Yeah, but there's no like access. I mean, there is access. I'm saying like there's no like on-off point in Gates.
Yeah, I think there is at Anal Pass.
because they're really upset about never mind.
It's really tight in there.
Shut up.
It was dug in 1860. Lost a lot of men in anal pads.
I already made that joke. Not your bit.
100 men went in and only 10 came out. They all had smiles on their face. They said it was very painful and tight in there.
Shut up.
The whole anal pads.
I am hoping that it's corporate sabotage. That it's another company. How great would that story be if another company is unscrewing valves on a boat company?
Sad, man.
Bro, but sometimes it's the only thing in your world. You think it's the most important thing in your world, right? And the most important thing to everybody else. Why are you smiling? Do I want to know why you're smiling over there? Okay, great. Let's take a break.
All right.
Remember when I just said, Kimmy, that Tommy doesn't have to answer questions and do things he doesn't understand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
You know what? You know what you did. You know what you caused. Bro, we could be out thousands of dollars.
Yeah. It's a shame I didn't
Wait, are you blaming him for this?
A partnering.
Because I was going to say, I thought you were also in on this whole thing.
No, it was his idea.
Okay, but you usually...
shut up!
No, if you don't want to do something, you won't do it. He did talk you into this.
No, well, yeah, exactly. He talked me into this. That's what I'm saying. This wasn't my fault.
I think you kind of agreed with it, though, to a certain point.
But whether or not
there are two sets of dirty hands in this caper, my friend.
Look, I love you. You do here's what we should do. Let's do it. And as soon as something goes wrong...
Well, if you would have listened to me, it would have went fine.
Yeah, I try not to listen to you, but I got headphones on and I can't help it. We broke something.
Yeah.
We broke something really expensive.
You sure did.
Damn it. And now we have to decide what to do.
What to do.
We can't even put it back in the box because we're like idiots. We ripped the box open like it was Christmas and we're 7. We'll tell you the story next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. babies, this was your fault. Was it your idea?
Well, you jumped right in.
Was it your idea?
Seems like there was a line behind me.
Was it your idea?
It was my idea, and I had help.
Okay.
I had a crew.
All I was doing was following
Look
along.
at this. Look at this.
Was I not just following something you said you would work? Would work.
I don't know.
Some people think that taking initiative at your job and trying to go above and beyond what is expected is a good thing.
Well, let's get it done, people.
Look, if you're successful in doing that, you're right. That is a good thing.
Yeah.
If you take a risk and screw up royally, not only are you not getting points for trying, what the hell are we going to do? You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 9:30 this morning. We're supposed to have a creep cap, but we have had some technical difficulties this morning, right? And Kimmy doesn't want to have to do like all the creeps back reading it out loud.
Doesn't have the same
your mom.
effect.
So, excuse me, we'll do what we can to put that together for you early next week. We may have a Dos Crepos Capos next week. Also, you saw Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck got divorced.
Who saw that coming?
I understand that we don't talk a lot about celebrity relationships.
Yeah.
But it's what J-Lo has a tendency to do when relationships break up, because it turns out she's been engaged almost as much as you have. In fact, more, which is shocking.
Okay.
And she does something that is going to make you lose your mind.
I can't wait to hear.
Just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. So if you listened to the show yesterday, you know right now our building is undergoing some renovation.
Yeah.
And as part of that, we in the break room are getting a new big-ass TV in our studio.
A whopper.
That's right. And the TV is important for us because we have the news on while the show's on to make sure we're not missing anything while on the air.
It's vital.
The only problem is we haven't had a TV the last couple of weeks up on the wall.
Yeah.
So about a month ago, our new TV that we're getting was delivered, and it's been sitting over here in the corner in the studio in a box ever since.
Unopened.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the construction guys are supposed to come in and hang it for us, but they've been busy doing other things.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah.
So someone in this room yesterday decided maybe we can help out. Because the mount is on the wall.
Yeah, all the wires are ready to go. Everything's there. The connections are there.
All the equipment's here.
Yeah.
So you came in yesterday, and what was your idea?
Let's hang it. The mounts, everything's there. I said, I got the stuff. I've seen them how they did it at my house. It's easy.
Oh, you didn't even do it in your own house?
No, but I watched the guys do it.
Wait, what?
I told you.
No,
I
you
thought,
said it's easy. It
I
happened
thought
in my
you were
house.
like so confident in this because you had done it before.
No, but I watched better than me.
Okay.
I watched the Geek Squad do it at my house, and it's bro.
So you know everything step by step.
It was
except
like
for
boom,
actually
boom,
doing
boom, done.
Okay, so this discussion about doing it started 2 days ago. Yesterday morning, Tommy brought in screwdrivers and a wrench.
Yeah, the mounts are sitting. All you got to do is pick it up and just screw it into the thing, and we got TV, baby.
Okay, so you said you had it figured out,
Right.
ready to go. We could do this thing. I decided, okay, because I would also like our TV back.
Yeah, but it sits high in the room.
So yesterday, before the show, while Kimmy was out of the room doing her little thing, we decided we were going to hang this TV.
Right.
Okay. And
5-10 minute job tops.
we got it out of the box.
Right.
We screw the mounting part on the back, and we're going to lift it up to
So
connect
you
it.
hoist her up.
Yep. And about 5 feet off the ground, the TV slipped. I don't know why you're laughing. We dropped it.
Oh, yeah.
From like 5 feet of the air.
Yeah.
The frame of the TV is now cracked.
Yeah.
Just the plastic outside part is cracked.
Yeah.
So here's the problem.
What?
Other than the TV being cracked, the plug to plug in the TV is like up on the like on the wall, so we can't get up there. We also, because we're a radio studio, don't have a free plug right now to test out the TV if it works.
Right.
If we unplug something, like the station goes down.
Oh my God.
And if we take the TV out of the studio, they're going to know that we broke it
Right.
to go see.
Right.
Here's the thing.
What's that?
It's also a really nice freaking TV.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
this thing's
brand
not
new.
cheap.
Samsung Crystal HD 70-inch television.
Yeah.
Now, yesterday and today,
Yeah.
the discussion has been in the room. Do we go to management and tell them what happened, beg for forgiveness,
Yeah.
or do we not say a word and hope that eventually everything is okay? Your idea was?
Let's just put it back in a box
Uh-huh.
and don't say a goddamn word
Okay.
because they won't know what happened.
We'll
There's
see.
many people that come into this room on a daily basis.
Or you could just blame it on shipping.
Shipping. Jolene comes in here at the Jolene, what'd you do to my TV, girl? You took my TV away.
So there's also
How do you explain like messing with the mount and stuff though? That's
so there's already a mount on the back of the TV.
we just
I was gonna say,
Proves
I
that.
mean,
All
I
I
would
said was-
think like you're already kind of busted here.
Nah,
Like,
nah,
they're gonna figure it out based on the evidence that
Who saw?
you left
The
behind.
mount's not the problem. The bigger problem is
What's
this.
that?
Because Tommy and I are such morons
Mm-hmm.
and immature dicks, we ripped the side of the box open.
Yeah. Well, to get it out.
Yeah, because we
And
got
all the
frustrated.
styrofoam we cracked too, getting it because it's wrapped in styrofoam.
Yeah,
So the
to protect
styrofoam's all
it.
cracked.
Yep.
Like they had staples in the top, and we didn't have a tool to
Alright,
get the
yeah.
staples
Yeah, so we
out.
just ripped it out.
So you
But
gotta
you know,
blame it on
but
somebody
this is where
else.
Pat comes. I got it. I work out all
Wait,
the time.
wait, no, this was your idea.
Thank you.
Like he's going to do his kettlebell exercises on the box, so he peels that over like King Kong.
Okay.
Staples going all over the place. Where I, with my dainty hands, would have like more gingerly.
Bro, you don't have the grip strength to get the staples out of the box.
I did with your
bitch.
mama last night.
Okay, yeah,
oh,
you
I
want
was
some to
gripping
episodes?
good.
You want?
Staples be flying all over that room.
Bro, I'm already pissed at you that you may have cost me thousands
She
of
ain't got a
dollars.
scratch on her.
Okay, phone number's 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We have to go upstairs and tell
No,
somebody.
don't do
You
this.
idiot! When they go to hang the TV and they pull it out, it's
Do you know what they're
cracked.
gonna do?
What are they gonna do?
They're gonna say, "Well, you guys got to pay us."
Yeah, well, how are they?
I don't have it.
So why did
It's
you
a
want
bad
to
time
do
of
this?
the year for me. I got a grandbaby coming.
Bad time of the year. You mean like every year of your life,
Yes.
you broke-ass bitch?
Yeah, I got kids coming.
This is your fault.
It's our fault.
No. You wanted to hang
you
it.
did that.
I
And
assumed
we
you
did
knew
this-
what you were doing.
I would imagine Pat did this for you because you were the.
Yes, that's what I did. Yes, I did.
Well,
that.
no,
For
here-
you. What it's
listen,
like he donated a kidney.
Listen to what I'm about to say.
Okay, I'm fishing. What's up? I'm
we know that we know that you are very big on your routine in the morning, and you've been off since the TV has been down. So I can understand why Pat wanted things to go back to normal again.
Yeah. That's what she said. Yeah.
And get
Listen to this crap.
and
Look
get
at
you,
you
get
two
you back
cahootsing.
in your normal routine, less grumpy in the morning.
I'm not grumpy.
by putting this TV back up again.
I like it's all on me. Blame the old guy.
You are the
Blame the
okay. Who's
senior.
in charge of the remote in this room? Raise your hand.
It's a communal
It's not
remote.
me.
I've
Pat's
never
not
touched this
raising
remote
his
in my life.
hand.
You want to do it? You do it.
I don't want it.
Oh, see, well, somebody's got to take charge.
If there is one thing that is my fault,
Yeah.
it's that I got suckered again
You a sucker,
into
sucker.
this stupid thing that you do because you
And
hear
now
it.
you want to go bend over.
All right, we'll get to that.
All right.
You hear this happen on the air every day.
What's that?
Where Tommy, a subject will come up and he will just start confidently speaking like he knows what he's talking about and he has no idea. And the reason I thought we could do this was because you confidently were like sincerely, yeah, no, it's easy. No, of course I know how to do this. You brought in tools. You brought in tools like you knew what you were doing.
Bro, we were this close to getting it done.
The second, bro, we made it 5 feet off the air.
We only have 4 more to go.
We didn't even get it over your head. The second that TV hit the ground, I wish you could have seen.
I'm glad I was not in the room for this. I want no part. I don't want to be a witness. I don't want to be called into the boss's office to give my testimony.
It was like every cheesy, like 1960s, 70s sitcom. Like we both looked at each other like, oh no! But I bought into the idea that you knew what you were doing.
Why though?
I don't know. I feel like an idiot.
Well,
the second I dropped it, I'm like, of course he didn't know what he was doing. Of course he didn't know what he was doing.
I'm also surprised that you asked Pat. No offense, Pat, but you've hired guys to do this for you in your house to change light bulbs in your house.
That's not true.
No, we know the guy that did it for you.
Not change the light bulb.
Well,
there was a
'cause you were
problem
afraid
with
of
the
heights,
socket.
so
Yes,
you couldn't get
the
up there.
tall light bulbs. Yeah, they're up there.
So I'm surprised you, of all the people in this building, you asked Pat to help you do this.
So who else am I going to ask?
I don't know. There are other guys in here.
No,
you
but-
could have
Oh, yeah,
asked
Big
for
Tough
help.
Moose will come in and get it done. He looks like a guy who knows his way around a wrench.
I feel like Breezy would have been a better option.
Breezy would have been a good
there.
option.
That's actually a good call.
I should have asked.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. There's construction going on in the building here. We have a new TV that was purchased for our studio, and our old TV has been down off the wall as they're going to put this thing up. And we haven't had our TV for a couple of weeks, and we need it, like, because there's news happening during the show. So Tommy decides we're going to take this TV out of the box, a 70-inch Samsung Crystal HD television, and we're going to hang it ourselves. And this comes up a couple of days ago. Yesterday, he brings in tools, and I go along with it because for some reason I thought Tommy knew what he was doing. We dropped it. We dropped the effing TV from 5 feet off the ground. The plastic in the corner is cracked. We don't have a plug to plug it in because the only free one is up on the wall where the TV should be, you dumbass.
Yeah.
Do we tell? I love how you're laughing.
Such an evil laugh.
But wait, why? Because you're half on the hook for this effing TV, stupid.
He thinks he can talk his way out of it, and I don't know how.
No kidding. Like, if anyone's going to get us out of this, it's me.
How.
Oh, yeah, you.
I'm the one that has relationships with people in this building.
You think? Let's find out.
What
Let's
do you
put
got?
it to the test.
No, I'm trying to do that. I think we should go upstairs and come clean. And you're saying, no, put it in the box. That's half ripped open. There's little snowflakes of foam on the ground, you idiot. How about you bring in a vacuum cleaner from home? Maybe we can set the whole place on fire. Bro, if we tell someone, you're
come
right.
clean.
Maybe we have to pay for the TV.
Well, that's the first thing we're gonna have to do.
Okay, maybe not.
Well, do you think? Sure, fellas. Thanks for doing things you shouldn't do. We'll pick up the tab.
It makes us look better if we admit what happened.
I don't want to look better. I want to get away with it.
No, idiot, we're not going to get away with it.
We are.
We are through the looking glass.
No, because somebody's going to hear us and tell management anyway.
There's a reason we're doing this on the air. Nobody in management listens to our show. And if you tell anybody in management,
too late now.
Don't you dare, please.
I ain't saying nothing.
Well, she is right now. We're already going to probably have to tell. But the cover-up's always worse than the crime.
Oh, don't ever, because people get away with crimes all the time.
You've said it yourself. The cover-up is always worse than the crime. I do not explain to me a way with a ripped open box and a cracked TV that we opened. It's clear we opened it. How do we get away with this?
Well, it's not clear we opened it. It is clear it has been opened and tampered with.
It's been sitting in the box in here. So wait,
you were like that when I got here.
You want them to think somebody else in the building opened it?
I'm fine with that if you just be cool, because they don't know who that is.
Bro, what if somebody gets fired?
Like who?
What?
Like who?
What do you mean like who?
Like
Pick
who?
somebody.
Well, I'm going to pick anybody but me and you.
No, bro, it's going to be, look, when stuff like this happens, it's always the lowest on the totem pole. What if it's the people who come in here and clean the room?
I knew it was them.
Freaking you. You're kidding me.
I knew it was them.
You would be okay with that. What if it's one of the construction guys they blame it on?
I knew it. They're not going to, because they'd have to have proof, and they don't have proof. So they're not going to fire anybody.
Okay.
Let them eat the TV. They're a big company. They're worth billions of dollars, and they underpay their staff all over the place.
They
I haven't
underpay
had a
their
raise.
staff, and they won't. You haven't had a raise what?
34 years.
Yeah.
Even though I've been here 31. I'm just saying, just let it lie, man. It'll fix itself.
Okay.
They'll get a new TV.
Well,
they probably got a deal on these things.
you-
They probably paid wholesale for it. I'll tell you what, I'm not giving them retail for a TV they got wholesale because I bought it in bulk.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mike Muley just walked in the room again.
I know. It's possible
What?
that maybe that our company may have bought insurance for it.
Ooh.
They ain't buying no insurance.
Wait.
Somebody did bring that up. It could be insured. We may be okay.
Is insurance good if we broke it?
I don't know.
I think it's covered under the rentals agreement.
The rental agreement for the TV we bought?
Yes.
You dumbass. Why did I listen to you? You stupid 252 WCMF. Can you Google what a Samsung UHD Crystal 70-inch TV costs, Kimmy? Thank you. John says he's got a plan to get us out of this.
All right, Johnny.
John, get us out of this.
Hey, guys. All right, so here's the deal. You got to walk around and get one of them construction guys. You got to slip them 25 bananas and say, listen, you got to go in, look at this TV, plug it in. If it's broke, you got to say you opened the box that way for us. Here's $25. You're getting lunch out of it.
Well, wait
They'll
a minute.
take it in a heartbeat.
What if that guy gets in trouble for breaking the TV?
For $25.
No, because he's open. Oh, my God. He runs. He's got to be a good actor. He runs to his boss. Geez, we just opened this TV. It's friggin' cracked.
I hear all the good actors go into construction.
All right, John.
Have you ever seen some of these construction guys? They're good actors, man.
John,
They stub a toe. They're out of work for months.
John, I want to walk.
It's a workers' comp complaint.
I want to walk you through this plan, John. I want to walk you through this plan. So you want Tommy and I, to find a construction worker that we don't know. By the way, yesterday we already got an email because of what you did to not talk to the construction workers anymore. You want us to go up to this man, offer him money, bribe him.
$20.
While 25, while he's working, and say, I need you to say the TV was broken and lie, even though they would have no loyalty or reason to help us other than $25.
Where they could lose their job.
Yeah.
Listen, I only went 25 because Tommy's a cheap bastard. Go 50.
$50. I feel like you would have to go.
Better than $4,000 on a TV.
It's not $4,000. It ain't $4,000.
I hope not.
John, thanks for the call, but I appreciate it. Kimmy, we got a
I'm
number.
getting like around $600.
Holy Christ!
I love to look at the two reactions. I
Yeah,
thought
you
we
go,
were gonna be
oh,
like
Tommy's
$4,000.
like, damn.
I was thinking 2G. Wait, I can.
No,
swing.
you said you keep saying, well, you can buy these TVs for $200.
Yeah, I buy Hisense TVs for $200.
That's $600.
Okay, I actually.
And you're throwing it around like it's a basketball.
Bro, it's $300 each. We can each eat $300.
I'm not
Tommy's
giving
not
them.
in. Done. Yeah.
I'm not giving them retail for a used TV. It's been sitting here for 3 weeks. Anybody knows as soon as you buy a TV, it gets cut in half. So at most, I'm going to give them $25.
As soon as that TV leaves the lot, you've already
It
lost
does.
that. I drove the TV off the lot.
It's a used TV.
Shut up.
And by the way, you didn't secure the TV.
I didn't secure
No,
the TV.
the company did not secure this TV. That TV could have fallen on me the way it's sitting there.
It's sitting against
I
the
might call
wall.
OSHA because that thing could have fallen and hurt one of us.
Okay, do
And
it.
you blatantly, lackadaisically left these TVs and exposed wires in the room where people could get hurt.
Bro, it's a cable. For
A
the
cable.
It's not an exposed wire. It's the cable wire.
That's an exposed cable wire.
Can you get hurt if you run into a cable wire like
Bro, you get electrocuted.
that? Okay. Thank you for illustrating what electrocuted is, you idiot. 252 WCMF. Tommy and I dropped a TV that the company bought to put in our studio because we wanted to put it up, and Tommy convinced me he knew what he was doing. And the second we dropped it, I realized that he does what he always does.
And by the way, I knew what I was doing. If we would have gotten it up there, I could have got it in.
Bro, it's not until Kimmy, after I realized, too, there was no way. We have a spinny chair. Was the way you were going to get up and try and secure the television to the wall. Well, I held
It's
it
not
there.
exactly a step ladder.
No.
I know, but I could have gotten it.
Bro, no.
What?
If there's one lesson to be learned for anybody in this whole situation.
What's that? As he puts on his glasses like Walter Cronkite.
At 2:30, you're going to give me $300, Dallas, Texas.
I don't have $300.
You better find it because I ain't covering a whole $6, bud. You
you
should be
loan me?
paying the whole $6.
Can you love me? No, I shouldn't be paying the whole $6.
Your idea, Kimmy?
It is weird you wanted to attempt this project that you wouldn't attempt in your own home.
Of course not. I'm not gonna crap up
There's
my
more
house.
on the line here, though, I would argue.
Thank you. Why weren't you in here to talk me out of this?
You dinged up the wall we just had freshly built for this TV.
Shut up. That's the word. Shut up. We weren't going to say that. Shut up.
Well, they're going to notice.
Shut up.
They're going to notice when they actually go to hang the broken television that the wall's broken, the mount's broken, and the TV's cracked.
Here's what pisses me off the most.
What?
Tommy cracked the TV.
Yeah.
Let's say the TV, we get lucky and the whole screen works just fine.
Yeah.
He's still going to be, oh, they hung a cracked TV. You don't get a new TV.
Well, I'll be pissed if they don't replace it.
Why? We broke it.
I mean, you don't deserve one now.
Well, you're all part of this team. You
I
are the
I am
executive
not-
producers of the break
Do not
room.
loop me in
No.
with your mistake.
First of all, you weren't in here.
Yeah, I would have talked you out of it.
I know, you should have been in here to talk us out of it. This
Your
is
job
actually,
is to be in here. You're the executive producer.
I was
You-
producing in another room to give you guys your caddy time.
Wait a minute. You're bringing up a good point here. It's her job to
It
make
was
sure
a dereliction of duty.
This was before the show started.
No.
I
You
am not
abandoned ship.
liable for anything that happens
you
before
are
the microphones go on
you're
at 6 a.m.
a salaried employee,
Yeah.
which means every moment of every day you're on the job. This is Kimmy's fault.
I was doing
like
my
it.
normal morning routine as we all were.
Yeah.
I just, I'm not in the room between certain times in the morning.
How are you going to tell your husband you owe our company $600
Yeah.
for a broken
I'm
TV?
not. This is not me. This is not me. I did not touch any of the things that fell off the wall.
All right, so going back to the initial thing here.
Yeah.
The lesson to be learned with everybody in this situation.
Don't trust Pat to be cool.
Be cool? God, you're so dumb. It's risky to take initiative at your job because there is this idea that go-getters get rewarded.
Yeah.
When you go above and beyond, people notice and they commend you. But it turns out
What happened?
that only works if it works out. The folks that tell you to go above and beyond never bring up what can happen if that thing you try that you're not supposed to do blows up in your face.
True.
Because if we'd have just kept our heads down and done our normal stupid jobs, we wouldn't have been in this situation. Is it better to take a risk to show the value that you have to the people you work for? Or is it better to just keep your head down and be a cog in the machine?
You're never going to get ahead keeping your head down.
Okay, I would like to be a cog now, though, because we just gave away, what, a week's paycheck on an effing TV?
Maybe more.
Yeah, well, you haven't gotten a raise in 34 years, even though you've only worked here 31. Did you tell your wife about this?
No. Then why would I?
I don't know. Because you're going to need money?
Why would she leaves her purse open? There's just no way I am telling my wife.
Bro, if you
you're going to go home and tell your wife you jackass and broke something?
Bro, if I got to spend $300 to fix it, I can't just take out $300.
Okay,
and tell my wife.
I'll wait.
You're just delaying the inevitable. Let's just go do it. We'll get it out of the way.
So you're that guy.
What? Not wanting to get yelled at and possibly
You're
fired?
like when we all get in a police lineup. You're all shaky Magoo over
You're
there.
like weirdly way too comfortable with this.
Here's why. And here's what I'm the most worried about.
He's a privileged kid. He got away with everything. So he had a boat.
No, that's
I don't know who you're
His daddy always had to hang pictures for him and do this. And do
all
that.
of the things you're saying are actually great points that I wasn't thinking of. But here's what I'm most scared of, Kimmy.
What are you most scared of?
He's so
It's going to fold.
No. He's not going to fold. He's going to roll over on us. That's why he's so cool. He's going to come up with a story why both
He
of
already
us.
has.
Oh, you motherfucker.
No!
I didn't say it.
Oh, you got close.
I could see the look on your
I
face.
jumped.
What?
So help me God.
I'm not going to turn you in.
No, you're not going to turn me in. But they're going to come down here when they realize what happened, and they're going to go, "Who did this?" And you're going to go, "I don't know. I don't know. Have you talked to Pat? I don't know.
Talk to Kimmy.
Talk to Kimmy. Not talk to me." And that.
Here's how you do. Anytime there's a caper with three people, you
Three?
you kind of like you create a situation where they don't know who to blame. You know what I'm saying? I blame you. You blame me. You know what I mean? We move it around the room.
No, I know what you're doing. No, you
and
idiot.
what happens is they
Absolutely
don't
not.
know who to blame.
Oh,
Because if we all say
you know what happens then? They blame all three of us.
they can't, because we all say we didn't do it.
this isn't.
I really didn't do it though.
Right, so you stick with that plan.
This isn't.
I possibly may
This
have
is the
not done
worst.
it either.
This is not a court of law, you idiot. They don't have to follow like the U.S. Constitution. It's a no-fault firing state, and they can say, "Give us the money, or you're gone." You're such a dumbass. Why did you do this?
Oh, the show's had a good run.
I love how you love this job so much. It's not worth
I know.
$300 to save it. Let's take a break.
All right.
Anybody tells anybody, we'll kill you.
Just be cool.
All right. J-Lo and Ben Affleck are getting a divorce.
Poor kids.
I know. Take your time. Let that process. Right? And I know we don't cover celebrity news, but there's a reason why we're going to bring this up.
All right.
J-Lo, it seems, has been engaged an unbelievable amount of
Yeah,
times.
many times.
And she seems to have a habit of doing something.
Oh, she got to tell?
Well, no, not to see when the relationship's going to end, but she does something when the relationship's finished.
Okay.
That have a lot of people very upset. And may have Ben Affleck losing a significant amount of money. And it ain't a prenup story.
Oh.
We'll get to it next here in the break room on CMF. If these two kids can't make it, what chance do the rest of us have? I mean, look, it's not shocking, another Hollywood divorce. And I know we don't normally talk about celebrity news, right? That's not why we're talking about this. It's something that J-Lo apparently does every time she ends a relationship, a serious relationship, that is going to put Tommy through the effing ceiling.
I can't wait to hear.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Normally we have a creep gap here. We are having some technical difficulties on top of breaking television. So, like I said, hopefully we'll have a double creep cap, dos creepos capos, next week here in the break room on CMF. Right. Also, we got your chance at your share of $100,000.
$100,000!
That would sure help a lot right now.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
Download the free Odyssey app, log in, listen to CMF on the app for 1 hour each weekday. Get your daily entry for your chance at your share of $100,000 in this national contest. Good luck from your friends on CMF. So Ben Affleck and J-Lo are officially getting divorced. She filed for divorce yesterday. And, I mean, it's the second time. They were engaged once before. They never made it to the altar.
Yeah.
He got married in between. She got married in between.
He's had a bunch of problems.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, you know, he was Batman. That's a problem.
Yeah.
It's really hard fighting crime.
Drunk, being Batman.
Drunk Batman. He's Batman. But what makes this story interesting
What's that?
is J-Lo apparently has a habit of not returning engagement rings.
Oh.
And when I say
She's
habit,
got a collection.
Kimmy, you would not believe the collection. Do you want to guess how many times J-Lo has been engaged?
I think at least 4.
J-Lo has gotten an engagement ring 6 times.
God
6,
damn.
wow.
6 times.
And those have got to be some sizable rocks.
Okay, so I have the number in front of me. The first ring that she got from a man you will not know who she married in 97, $130,000.
Damn.
Second one was Chris Judd. I feel like I know that name, but I don't know why.
Was he a
Famous guy.
choreographer?
Yes.
All right, famous guy.
That one was $200,000.
Jesus.
Ben Affleck's first ring, $2.6 million.
Wait. And he was a young guy. He didn't have it.
It was 2002. No, they had already done Good Will Hunting and all that stuff.
Barely out of the gate.
No, Good Will Hunting came out like 97, 98.
Yeah, he
what
was
I said.
established at that point.
Okay.
Established. So it has to go up from there?
Oh, yeah. She married Mark Anthony.
Yeah, that had to be a
That's
big
got
one.
to be the ring of rings.
Do you want to guess?
Well, if Ben dropped, what, 2?
Yeah.
Man, did he spend 4?
Latin music sensation.
By the way, he's huge.
And
Yes,
he
he
was
is.
big at the time,
Yeah.
too, when they got together.
Top of the game.
Spent $6.5 million
Wow.
God
on a
damn.
ring. It was her longest marriage. They were married for 2004 to 2011. She was then engaged to baseball star Alex Rodriguez.
Oh, I
Forgot
Forgot
about
that.
that one.
He gave her a $2 million ring.
Ray chinsed out.
And the most recent ring, the second Ben Affleck ring, $5.6 million.
Holy crap.
In total, according to this story,
Yeah.
J-Lo has collected $17 million in engagement rings.
It's like a side business.
that she is not giving back.
I
Yeah.
remember, I think when she got engaged to Mark Anthony, her ring went viral then because she had a big yellow diamond. It was like that big, I think the canary diamond or something they called it.
Sounds
But
good
then
to me.
other people started getting yellow diamond wedding rings because J-Lo had one. She like kicked off a whole wedding ring trend.
Wedding wing twin.
Wedding wing
Even
twin.
Elmo Foot got one. Should she have to give the ring back if you don't?
It's a class move.
All right, so you've been engaged 4 times? Okay. Your one marriage worked out, so we'll put that one aside. Of the 3 other rings you purchased,
Yeah.
how many did you get back?
What do you think?
I'm asking.
0.
You didn't get any of them back?
No.
In total in your life?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, no, just, run through, because we just did a J-Lo rundown. Would you say you've spent more than $30,000 on...
No.
Okay.
Bro, the first ring.
Wait, you
like,
chinsed out?
King chins.
Wait, you just said that Alex Rodriguez chins out at $2 million, and you've had 4 engagement rings, and you haven't even hit 30
All
grand.
right, let me tell you. I'm gonna give you some numbers, but remember times.
Okay.
All right. So I got married the first time in 81.
Okay.
And I was a meat
Got my
cutter.
first real engagement ring. Also bought it at the 5 and 10.
So I spent, and this was big money for me back then. I was making $160 a week.
Okay.
I spent $400 on an engagement ring.
Can you 81 to 2024 inflation on $400?
Now we did get, but there was no marriage to speak of. Like we just went down to the city hall and got married.
Okay.
And then we went down to Key West for the weekend when I was living in West Palm Beach.
Cool.
So cheap, but I was a kid.
Yeah, all right. $400, okay, fair.
I come up here.
Uh-huh.
I get engaged. No, Lexington.
He's forgetting engagements,
I
ladies and
did.
gentlemen.
So that one, I think I spent almost.
And she was rich.
She was rich. I think I spent almost. I think under $1,000. I want to say about between $800 and $900.
You didn't even get to a G on a woman that had a trust fund and a house where her mother had an office in it.
She took it. Didn't give it back.
Okay. So now you're at about $1,300.
All
right. So then comes the first big boy marriage.
Big whopper marriage. I think it was under $2,000.
Oh, Jesus. No wonder.
That's a lot of money.
No wonder your marriages weren't working out.
$2,000.
Would that have
Hey,
changed it?
if somebody walked up to $2,000 to me, I'd take it and do anything you wanted.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen.
Has anybody ever just walked up to you? Here's a ring, $2,000. You take it.
I mean, I guess I would, but I wouldn't do anything for it. There are things I won't do. I'm a man of principle.
Baloney, man.
I won't do that.
Oh yeah, you would.
And then I won't ask you your wife's current engagement ring. That would be classless. The other three, not so classless. Kimmy, $400 1981 today would equal
Over $1,300.
you shit's ass bitch.
And she wasn't worth it, bro. She was a dumb trash child.
You married her.
I was a dumb trash boy. But they made it work.
No, they didn't.
No, but she was Florida trash, man.
Okay.
Are you going to spend more than $1,300 on Florida trash?
I've never been with Florida. Well, I mean, I haven't been in a
You know
relationship with Florida trash.
Well, you've been on West Side trash. West Side trash is Florida trash, but their tans are real.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. J-Lo, apparently, according to stories with her divorce from Ben Affleck coming, does not give back engagement rings after they're given to her. And she's been engaged 6 times, a total of $17 million in engagement rings she apparently either has possessed or still has in her possession. You know, I will say this. So your exes didn't give back the ring.
No.
You never had to be in a position to give back the ring.
No.
I've talked about this before on the show. My wife was engaged before she met me.
Yeah.
All right, when she was living in Philadelphia. She still had the ring when I met her.
Yeah.
We sold the ring to buy stuff for ourselves.
Oh.
Which felt, it was like one of those things where it's like, yeah, take that. It's like, wait a minute, his ring is also nicer than the ring that I'm getting.
Well, it could come down to would you want the ring back? Like, are there some guys that are just, but it could be more of like an ego thing?
Yeah, bro. If there's a G on the line, yeah, I don't care about my ego. Give me my
Well, that
give me
other
my
guy
money.
might not have.
But the brainwashing they do with these rings, right? Because they go 3 months salary. That's what you got to do. And it's going to be the last ring you ever buy.
Sure.
Really? Really? Last ring
Well,
I'm
you
gonna
don't want to
buy,
go
huh?
into it thinking that.
Well, he
No,
should've.
but they do brainwash you into spending all this unbelievable amount of money
I love
on a
it.
ring.
I love how you're saying these things. Nothing you spent on any of the rings was close to 3 months' salary. You admitted you made $160 a week and you spent $400.
Yeah.
That's not even 3 weeks' salary.
No, but close.
No, it's not.
Getting there, getting there.
And I would argue the pressure doesn't just come from her; it comes from other guys too. Like if you've called my ring chins before,
I have
you catty
never
ass
called you
bitch.
I did that as a
Yeah,
joke.
I can't even see it from here.
Well, yeah, but she got that yellow engagement ring because hers at first was made out of Laffy Taffy.
See,
She chewed it.
See what you do?
My wife's ring cost $100. Who am I talking to?
But the class thing would be to offer it back.
I would
Right?
think.
I think you would.
thought
I
that
would
was
think you would
standard.
want to give it back.
Right, you don't want that filthy memory, that scumbag.
But I could also see guys saying like, I don't even want it. I want nothing to do with
okay,
this.
but that's a
Yeah.
mutual conversation.
Yes.
I never got to even have that.
Well, no, because
Well, I do wonder too. Okay, so like, let's say, for J Lo's sake, like she was married to Mark Anthony. I think that's who she had her kids
yes,
with.
twins, yes.
Would that? Are you more or less obligated to give the ring back if it's like kind of like a longer term relationship, and maybe you've built a family with this person?
I would argue, like in a regular life situation, I would think that's the ring you do have to give back because, look, I mean, I understand some people can't make it work, but that doesn't change the fact that he's probably paying child support.
Right.
So I need this money. I need this
Okay.
money for the sake of our
What
children.
if he didn't need the money? Would
I
it be
still
weird
would
to
not.
keep
Well,
it?
it'd be these guys, yeah.
You talking about J-Lo keeping it?
No,
Or
I'm
me
just
keeping
saying
it?
like in a normal scenario.
No, I'm telling you, money.
Been with this person 10 years, you have a couple kids.
But why would she want to keep it?
Yeah, the kids are the memory
don't
now.
know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, I got living, breathing memories.
Yeah.
Look at these things memorized. They're all memory.
Give me the ring, keep the kids.
And the cannoli.
And we're all, yes, we're all fair and square.
Come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing next week here in the break room on CMF. That's going to be Rapperoo.
Radio Friday, Rapperoozy, baby.
For Friday Break Room CMF. We got to get out of the way. We're already super late.
Yeah, we got to get a TV out of it.
Okay. For Kimmy, who we have decided we're going to pin the TV thing on.
Yes.
No.
Just because you say no doesn't mean you do it.
I couldn't lift that thing if I tried.
I know. That's why you dropped it. Remember when we both watched her drop it?
Yeah, it was terrible.
For Tommy Muley,
Yeah.
who I will never let any talk me into anything ever again. My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you next week here, 6 a.m. in the break room on 96.5 WCMF.